beginning of the 1980s under the auspices of the IMF through World Bank sponsor reforms and program. But how have the people and countries fared under this? The social cost of SAP are of immediate interest here, as they have each at the very root of human survival and dignity and issues of health, food, employment, shelter, and education. Now, an observer stated in relation to Nigeria as follows, and I quote him: the fundamental problems of the economy appear to be still very much around. The external debt situation is yet to improve, where chronic unemployment and spiraling inflation remain the features of this Nigerian economy on import input. There is still the problem of continued escalation of food prices, massive devaluation of Naira, as well as an escalating cost of borrowing has created a seeming cash flow problem for Nigerian industries, end quote. Now, this observation was made after 4 years of structural adjustment in Nigeria. Another observer is reported to have stated, those who perceive themselves as victims of SARS have said they were particularly unhappy about the program because it helped to widen the inequality between the rich and the poor. They say with the introduction of the foreign exchange market, the banks and others who deal in foreign exchange have grown excessively rich, while the devaluation of the Naira caused inflation, inflating poverty, and pain on the lower classes, end quote. The result of all this is hunger and malnutrition on the part of majority of urban and even rural problem. What then is the problem with SAP? Now, the SAP ignored the fundamental problems facing the African economies. It also ignored the specificity of African social formation, the political dimensions, including issues of power, production, class, and state. African governments were pressured to adopt such policies in spite of their vulnerability, structural distortions, and general weaknesses, even as the promoters, that is the Western countries, operate policies antithetical to SAP's dictates. Is there any economy in the world today that is totally open? Isn't protectionism, including trade blocks, subsidization, and the use of state power and influence to extend markets for local business, isn't it the order of the day? Aren't Western countries not imposing tariff and non-tariff barriers on exports from African countries in order to protect their local producers? Is it then morally and economically justifiable to pressure African countries to open up their own economies, to totally withdraw the state from the economy, to remove all protections previously provided local producers, and in order to be competitive and to de-subsidize? Aren't Western governments not seeking the economic interests of their own elites, initiating policies that will not impoverish their people, and expending huge amounts of resources on social and welfare programs? As SAP, since it made its entry to Africa, not exacted huge social, political, and economic costs to the detriment of the majority of the people? These are some of the issues that I've raised. Before I sit down, I will just now briefly address the third leg of the Bretton Woods system, and that is to reflect on GATT, General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, and the World Trade Organization trade regime. Our attention is often focused on IMF, World Bank, when we are talking of the Bretton Woods institutions and system, but we forget the GATT. And the current GATT, General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, is the product of the protracted Uruguay run of negotiation, which has been credited with producing the most fundamental reform of the world trading system since the establishment of GATT in 1947. Now, I highlighted some of the new things that the new GATT introduced, particularly also focus on the dispute settlement procedure, which appear to be much more effective than what we had under GATT. In fact, within a short period of its being settled, it has entertained cases almost as the number that we had between 1947 and when the new WTO regime took off. But economists have tended to differ about who gains and or loses, and by how much from the new accord. Now, the World Bank Policy Research of November, December 1995 claims that the Uruguay rand is likely to generate global income gains of up to $200 billion a year, with somewhere between a third and half of the gains going to developing countries, primarily to the ones who have reduced their trade protection and took in the benefit of earlier reforms. Besides, a study by the GATT Secretariat claims that the new agreement will add approximately $500,000 million annually to the world economy, with $116,000 million of that going to the economies of developing countries and transitional economies. But while trade experts in the developed Northern Hemisphere applaud the Uruguayan results, variously calling it the biggest trade deal and the largest market access packages in history, official opinion in much of the developing countries of Africa has been different. It has been contended that the new pact, effectively shaped by the US and the European Union, has brought unequal gains to various regions, sub-regions, nations, and indeed net losses to some others, particularly African countries. It is projected that the African continent as a whole, but excluding Egypt and the Libya Arab Republic, will lose 26 billion US dollars, with Nigeria alone accounting to 1.8 billion US dollar. Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia together losing 0.6 billion US dollars, and South Africa 0.4 billion US dollars. Now, developing experts, world experts, have indeed cautioned that the agreement actually involves much reduced commitment by the EU and the US to open their own market to trade in services, the fastest growing sector of the global economy. I also reflected on the issue of agriculture, the issue of agriculture, the trade, the area of textile trade, even the realm of culture, and so on. And it appears that even though the ultimate goal of the multilateral institution of GATT and the newly created WTO is the provision of fairer global trade and economic relationship among members, GATT as it is may not achieve free trade and improve market access. The countries of Africa are, don't need the word for it. I then did a general appraisal of GATT and have data given and the complaints of African countries in various fora regarding their marginalization in this regard. But I argue that we should not exaggerate the question of marginalization. It's been convincingly argued that Africa should be marginal to Europe, just as Europe should be primary to Europe, and Africa should be primary to Africa. Now, in rounding up, I made some observations. Some economic reforms have been carried out, but even studies, including the one by the Economic Commission of Africa under Professor Adedeji and his group, actually, while identifying our problem, actually came to the conclusion that the reforms that have been made, the outcomes have been far from satisfactory. And then a number of things have been proposed. Now, Your Royal Highness, sir, on a final route, I wish to adapt in the context of our present engagement the following statement. All heroism springs from personal conviction and commitment. Some heroism springs from megalomania and opportunism. That's Professor Oluride. Now, Gani's heroism, no doubt, sprang from seeking the truth, from conviction, from altruism, and from readiness to constantly subject even his own individual convictions to collective and self-criticism and scrutiny. Hence, I want to disclose openly again. Before he passed on, he encouraged the compilation of a book of essays on appraisal of his person an evaluation of his ideas and thoughts. And he promised that there will be no interference on his part regarding, or anybody connected with him regarding the outcome of the evaluation. Now, he had personal discussion with me. In fact, he invited me to his chamber, Anthony area, if I get or Bagada area. So we elevated the idea to a full-scale and encyclopedic project and identify people who are actually going to contribute chapters to the project that is supposed to run into volumes. And we actually enlisted the academic support of Africa's leading legal historian, Professor Moni Adewoye. Unfortunately, the illness came up after, and we couldn't consummate the project. Years later, I was approached by a legal practitioner from the Federal Bank nominees, or so, First Bank nominees. I think they were the administrator of his estate, that they want the project to be done. Again, there was a lag, and we didn't hear again anything from them up to now. My challenge to this gathering is that we should put together our ideas on how this project will be done to complement the effort of the Nigerian Bar Association in bringing up this project of annual lecture that have lasted for almost 21 years now. I think a lecture series that have lasted for 21 years should actually be complemented by consummation of the desire of our key honoree, Chief Gani Fawehinmi, to have his activities and his life and professional exploits more documented and in a permanent form in the way he has talked about. Once again, I thank the everyone for giving us the opportunity to make this contribution. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. May we give Professor Popola another round of applause, please? There's a difference between giving a lecture and giving a lecture with passion. He didn't only speak, he spoke from his heart. Please give him another round of applause. I would like to introduce Mr. Charles Ajiboye, the immediate past Assistant Publicity Secretary National that will be comparing with me. Please, Claire, can we welcome him with a round of applause? Well, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Nkechi Onyeto. We will be interrupting the session very briefly because we had come into the room some very, very giant elephants. And it's good for us to know that they are here with us honoring the memory of the sage, Chief Gani Fawehinmi. We have in our midst the Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, who is ably represented by the Director of FAN, Mr. Henry Abibiri. A round of applause for you. Thank you very much, sir, for coming. We also have in our midst a very respected senior advocate of Nigeria, Mr. Nii Agbola. Thank you very much, sir, for coming.
We have also with us Professor Foluke Dada. Thank you very much.
As
And
the former vice president of the Nigerian Bar
Bar
Association.
Association. And Mr. Emeka Ozani, SAN. Thank you so much for joining us.
Mr. Emeka Ozani,
Thank you so
former
much.
chairman welfare committee of the NBA. We have also in our midst the daughter of our honoree of today, powerfully representing the Fawehinmi family, Dr. Idiat Fawehinmi. You're very welcome, man. It's good to see you again. We have a former chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association Lagos branch, a bencher, Mr. Yemi Akombi, SAN.
We also have Are Muyiwa Akimboro, SAN, former NBA General Secretary. He's a life bencher. Thank you so much for joining us. And we have Mrs. Shola John. She's the registrar of the Institute of Arbitrators, Nigeria. Thank you so much for joining.
Of course, we have the immediate past chairman of the Annual General Conference Planning Committee, Mrs. Oyikosola Badejo Okusoya. You're very welcome, huh? And we have our own erudite senior advocate of Nigeria, Mr. Olumide Fusika, SAN. You're very welcome, sir.
We have with us the former chairman of the Continuing Legal Education MBA, Mr. Tobena Orojikwe. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. And we have also Mr. Emeka Ogbegolu, SAN.
Ogbegolu SAN, the chairman of the Annual General Conference Planning Committee 2025.
2025. Thank you for joining us. Also, we have Mr. Adeshino Adebite, the Secretary, National Secretary, MBA, and also former Secretary of MBA, Keja. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Adebite. And we have my big sister in the house, Mrs. Rolly Craig. Thank you so much for coming.
And it's good to know that Mr. Adeshino Adebite is now the Secretary of the West African Bar Association.
Wow, wow, wow. Congratulations.
From Secretary Keja to Secretary National to Secretary West Africa. You're very welcome, sir. We also have in our midst Mr. Ebun Olu Adegboruwa, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. A round of applause for him, foremost activist. You're very welcome, sir. Okay. And we have a former General Secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mr. Gunu Taidi, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. You're very welcome, sir. And of course, we have the fiery and the fireful. His name is also F and F and F. The fiery Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Mr. Femi Falana. You're very welcome, FF. And finally, of course, we'll continue introductions more later. Your Highness, Mr. President, we also have the former chairman of the NBA Ikorodu branch, Mr. Nuruddin Ogbara. Thank you very much, sir.
So we'll be going back to the panel and we'll be handing back to Dr. Ruben. Thank you so much for indulging us.
Your Royal Majesty, the Sakin Kano, President of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mazi Afamusigwe, Milot, here present, Chairman of MBA Ikeja branch, and other distinguished personalities here, including the Chairman of the organizing committee for this lecture. Well, I like to talk, but I'm going to restrain myself because the organizers have said I should just focus on the moderation of the discussions. But first to say that there's a moral story to this, and it's a lesson about the kind of life that we all live. A life of impact, a life of influence. 15, 21 years after, we are all gathered in this room, we're celebrating Chief Gani Fawehinmi. We are all here, you know, from the lecturer to everyone else saying that this is a life that is worthy of celebration. Not because you acquired wealth, but because he impacted
this society. That is at least one lesson that everybody should take home. Now, I'd like to congratulate the organizers. I see that, all the constituencies that Chief Gani Fawehinmi connected with are represented here. Civil society, lawyers, the media, everybody. And as the guest lecturer pointed out, he was a man who believed in social justice and who was an icon and a symbol for progress and development and growth in this environment. As we all live here today, we should ask ourselves, what impact am I as an individual making? That would be a big takeaway. But very quickly, let me go to the presentation by Professor Ademola Popola, a very distinguished law teacher, and he has been appropriately introduced. Anyone who ever went to any law faculty in this country must have heard of the man they called Igiwe, or they called him Pope, and he occupied all the major positions in this profession, either as Dean of the Faculty of Law at the Obafemi Awolowo University, or as a legal scholar, as an examiner, producing generations of students from first degree to PhD. Yes. Why are you not clapping? This is one of the best that we have in the profession. I'm sure there are many of the students here, in this hall, including Dr. Abiola Akiode Afolabi here, and this again is about impact. Now to the third point. One of the issues we're discussing today, something about SAP, Structural Adjustment Program, economic growth. Well, it was Karl Marx who said history has a way of repeating itself, first as a tragedy, and second as a farce. And George Santayana also added that those who refuse to learn from the mistakes of the past are bound to repeat those mistakes. In 1985-86, the Ibrahim Babangida administration introduced what they call the structural adjustment idea. That was SAP, yes. That was when we were still undergraduates then, I believe. And they stopped giving subsidy. They stopped feeding us. At the time, it used to be 50 naira per meal. In fact, 32 naira per a whole semester. To travel with Nigeria Airways to Calabar was for a whole semester, maybe 42 naira. But all that changed because of these SAP issues. They removed petroleum subsidy. I think they added 2 naira 50 kobo to petrol then. They devalued the naira. Life became very difficult because they said they wanted to give us hope and better life. Of course, Nigerian students took to the streets. There were protests after the debates and those measures. Even if I think Kalu Idika Kalu told us, oh, Nigeria didn't eventually take the loan. But they applied the IMF appeal. And then there were riots. Chief Gani Fawehinmi was one of those prominent crusaders who went to the streets and said Nigeria government had no right to punish the Nigerian people. A country that is well resourced. You say you want to diversify away from hydrocarbon, but you think that the best way to do it is to punish the people. And that, of course, became a major issue. Matters went to court. I think it was fined 10,000 naira at that time or whatever. Other activists took to the streets. Have we turned full circle in Nigeria? Particularly now that we have a budget where the debt servicing is more than the entire, like 52% of the entire budget, more than the budget for education, for health, for recurrent expenditure. So have we turned full circle? Well, I say I like to talk, but I must restrain myself. The organizers have told me the discussions should just take about 1 hour. And without much ado, we have 3 speakers. Dr. Abiola Afolabi Akiode, the former student of the guest lecturer, who has already provided us a template from history to law to the significance of the man that is being honored today. And then we have Abi Mahmoud, SAN, who is going to join us via the internet. and then we have Engineer Bala Zaka. So without wasting too much of your time, there's still a lot more because His Majesty is also going to speak, and he has said he will want to talk later. And you know this thing about structural adjustment, economic growth, that's his own area of expertise as a professional. Very quickly, let me invite Dr. Akiode Afolabi to the microphone.
Thank you very much, my brother, the moderator, His Royal Highness, the chair of today's occasion, the chair of the NBA, I greet, and I turn around to my very own lecturer. Thank you so much, Prof, for what you have done and the knowledge you have impacted in us. I want to thank you very much. And it's good that today we're discussing Gani Fawehinmiism. So I'm one of those who benefited from Gani. I met Baba Gani. I experienced him. He supported us as student union leader. I was a student union leader in Ife. So I'm very happy. Great Ife. I'm very happy. I'm very happy to be here to discuss this today. And before I move to recognize and respect my another father here, Comrade Femi Falana, thank you so much for your support, for us as students and for the support for Nigeria up till today. And I think I also have here, the first place where I work was City Point Chambers. So let me also recognize my Oga, Comrade Fusika Olumide SAN. I want to also recognize you. Yes, sir. Now, before I move on, I want to say a little bit about Professor Kokwola. And I think it's also related to the discussion that we're having today. Because when SAP was introduced, students and student leaders work with progressive, the likes of Comrade Femi Falana, to ensure that we reject SAP as anti-people. We had the knowledge, we had the foreknowledge that SAP was not going to be beneficial by any standard, to Nigerians. We knew it was an imperialist agenda. We knew it was a capitalist agenda. And we knew that it would not in any way, benefit us. So for us as students at that point in time, we protested against SAP. And of course, that became, a big issue for students. And I can say I have my brother Ogbara here. I have Big Sam here. So we really suffered, and that's why Prof is laughing. We suffered, and you didn't clap for us because we suffered, for SAP. Well, some of us were expelled, some of us were suspended, and I can also say quite a number of people were also killed, during the anti-SAP protest. But I want, before I go into the presentation, I want to thank Professor Kokwola for standing with us then as a lecturer in the university. I recall that after all said and done, I was supposed to graduate from the university. And at the last minute, my result didn't come out. And I understood why the result didn't come out. So it was like a punishment. Now you want to go, you can't go anywhere. But Professor Kokwola stood and made sure that all the results came out. Thank you so much, Prof. Maybe I wouldn't have the opportunity of standing here if Prof didn't do that, because I would have just, been left out of school. Thank you, Prof. Prof have really done a lot. Ordinarily, I would just say I adopt his presentation. But I know if I do that, Prof will say, I will take you back to my jurisprudence class. So I'd rather better engage that conversation. Now, Prof had given us an historical trajectory and the effect and impact of SAP, particularly from the regional point of view, from Africa then, So what I'm going to be doing more is to look at what's the impact of SAP on us, in Nigeria, the Bretton Woods Institution and the African economics. Prof, in his presentation, talks about the viability of Nigeria. And of course, the fact that people are gradually getting tired because they think that the country has actually hit the rock bottom, the way he said it. It talks about the issue of conflict. Prof narrated the weak institutions that we have in the country and how that weak institution have affected, the state of the country and the state of the economy. He went into looking at the issue of the root causes, and he talked about how Africans were strangling, and was able to put on the table the discussion about the dependency theories, where Africa believes that the colonial masters are the only one who can make them, who can, deliver them. And we saw the effect of that. It talked about what happened in Botswana and the interest of the colonial masters, their interest in diamond and gold and oil and other things, and a whole lot of things, and how this has turned around to become an ideological crisis for Africa. And so what do we have? We have fraud, we have corruption, we have rigged elections, and we have people who want to remain in power at all costs. He talked about the external debts and quite a whole lot of issues, in specific, about Africa. And so having heard from Prof, it's then important for us to begin to investigate how is this manifesting in our country, Nigeria. From what we can see in Nigeria currently, the indicators are not looking very well. About 6 people fall in extreme poverty every minute. So if we look at what they call multidimensional poverty and where we are, as a country, would understand that so we understand that we are questioning what form of democracy is this, and how can this democracy really, liberate the Nigerian people. If we look at our demography, we have the young people. In actual terms, 82% of Nigerians are less than 40 years. And of course, the Nigerian population dynamics shows that it will have at least more than 200 million people below the age of 30 by 2030. So meaning that we have a huge population of young people. And talking about when we were struggling against SAP at that time, we were then quote unquote young people. And so by implication, we were ready to give our lives to Nigeria. Now the question is that huge population of young people today, what is their state? Are they ready to do the same thing? If they are not ready, why are they not ready to do the same thing? And this has to do with our economic indicators. So Nigeria is sliding on major indicators. And if we look at some of those indicators, whether it's foreign investment, foreign direct investment, unemployment, ranking, inflation, GDP growth, debt to GDP, and all of that. So we are sliding on those major indicators. From what we can see in the country presently, Nigeria's unemployment has doubled since 2015. This is 2023. So we cannot imagine what is going to happen, in the coming period. However, Nigerian lawmakers, they are the poster class of Nigeria elite. And so what we would see them doing? They are living large, but the people, are suffering. So Nigeria's economy is driven by swing in oil prices and production, and some of the indicators can tell us that. So what we are seeing is recession, and of course, there's a problem around the issue of recovery. Now, looking at it from the context of Africa, from where Prof started from, Sub-Saharan Africa has become a very important region in global economy. But unfortunately, with the relationship with international organizations, World Bank and IMF, it's important for us to begin to look at how do we begin to shape, the development of Africa. About a few days ago, I think last year, towards December, the president of Nigeria met with the president of South Africa, and they were discussing around the issue of development. And some of the conversations that you can hear, from them is also making us to ask questions whether we are actually out of the dependency theory that we are talking about. Bretton Woods institutional policies have been criticized vastly for undermining African economics, and that's what Prof also said, and making Africa more or less independent, making it very difficult for African economics to to recover. The SAP has left a serious rot, and Prof was able to address that in terms of what that has cost to us, as a country. That up to today, it's very difficult for us to get out of it. I talk about the issue of multidimensional poverty, and I say that our situation as Nigeria, we're in a very dire situation. The National Multidimensional Poverty Index 2022 says about 63% of the population, which that translates to about 133 million people, are multidimensionally poor. Means that they face deprivation in multiple areas as health, education, living standard, work, and shocks. And the analysis went forward to say that multidimensional poverty is also regionalized. So it looked at regional poverty and says 65% of the poor population resides in the north, while 35% live in the south. Poverty levels vary significantly across states, with Sokoto having the highest rate at 91% of people living in poverty. So that's what the data is saying. And Ondo having the lowest, which is 27%. And it talked about the rural and the upper urban poverty, and also talked about an interesting area, which has to do with child poverty, which is becoming very, very glaring, in country currently. So, having talked about that, then you look at, so when they were selling SAP to us, what was the idea? The idea of SAP is that it was supposed to help in terms of promoting economic efficiency, reducing dependency on import, increase export. Furthermore, it was supposed to help in privatization of state-owned enterprise, which was expected to improve the efficiency and competitiveness. But in reality, SAP didn't do anything of such. What it has done is to lead to reduction in government anti-people's program, reducing spending, particularly on social services such as health care, education. And so you see all that, you see the hospitals, you see that people cannot afford, and the quality of health care is also very poor. Likewise, the quality of education. Most schools cannot even go back to school because they cannot even pay for electricity, in their school. I'm welcoming my sister, Fubi Falano. So historically, structural adjustment program had significant impact on Nigeria development, and that we have seen, and that's manifested in several ways. So the question is, can Nigeria really survive another type of structural adjustment program? Your answer is as good as mine. So I want to look at in the last, and I will do that quickly, in the last few months with the current government. Nigeria has had 18 months economic reforms, so claimed by the current government. And of course, one would say that has yielded very mixed results due to poor implementation and putting the cart before the horse, as mentioned by someone. And the program that we have, experienced had impacted economy, and what we have seen is serious devaluation of Naira. For that 18 months, from 450 to 1,700 Naira to $1. And of course, we have also seen subsidy is gone. We are seeing the subsidy removal. And so what we are seeing currently has actually further worsened, the situation of Nigeria. Another issue is also that our economic has actually entered into serious stagflation. And so there is a serious problem within the 18 months. There is also generally what we call the reform fatigue. It seems that no one is listening, no one is saying, and so we are all just leaving everything to God and say, well, it go better, as we will say in Nigeria. There are a lot of social indicators that shows that the country is not standing well at all. And there is, of course, threats which could also impact insecurity, which is also could also bring forward issues like conflict and a whole lot of other things. There are a lot that we need to do as a country with respect to the issue of debt, with respect to issue of having strong policies, having strong institutions. Yes, we have quite a number of policies, but we need to have strong policies, we need to have strong institutions, and I think most importantly, it's important for us to begin to look at how to fix politics. Because if we don't fix politics as a country, it is what we garbage in that we garbage out. So reforms of this nature, would continue to come without looking at the health and the status, of the Nigerian people. So I think it's important, for all of us, as Nigerian people, to look at how we begin to have active citizens who can make the right demand from the government. How we fix politics to be able to change the face of Nigerian politics in such a manner that it could better the lot of Nigerian people. If we don't do that, it might be very difficult. What we'll continue to have is the kind of thing that SAP has given to us, is the kind of thing that the Benchwood institutions are giving to us. So that's why I think it's important for us to fix politics, to have strong institutions, and to have strong policies. Thank you very much.
A loud round of applause for Dr. Akiode Afolabi. Very good. Thank you very much, Doctor. Well, in addition to all the things she said, there's still that ideological point that Professor Popola raised about the movement from the Keynesian model to monetarism, or if you like, neoliberal economics. When we had the presidential media chat with President Tinubu, he said, oh, it's a free market economy, neoliberalism. Well, does that necessarily serve the purpose of the poor? And I think Professor Popola also raised that question in terms of how have African economies benefited from this same neoliberal ideology? It took Akufo-Addo in Ghana. It took him out and his party because the neoliberal framework didn't work for the people of Ghana after 8 years. With Ghana indebted to the IMF up to about $3 billion. And then the people say, okay, we want change. We think the MPP is not necessarily a better party, but let's try another political party. Same story in Sri Lanka, same story in some other countries. I hope we'll get to interrogating the ideological framework for economic performance. As I said, I will not talk too much. I'm just to moderate. So our next discussant is A.B. Mahmood, SAN. And A.B. Mahmood, SAN, is joining us, I understand, via Zoom. If the engineers could please let A.B. Mahmood, SAN, join us on the screen. Do we have him? Is he ready? There are people listening to us online, of course. And I'm sure A.B. Mahmood, SAN, has also been following this program. Hello, engineers. Okay. Okay. There he is. Yes. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome to this session A.B. Mahmood, SAN, who is one of our discussants.
Am I being heard? Dr. Bati, can you hear me? Moderator. Dr. Bati, can you hear me?
Mr. Mahmood, please go ahead.
Can you hear me, Dr. Bati?
Yes, if the engineers could turn up the volume a little bit. Please go ahead, sir.
Dr. Bati, can you hear me? Ruben, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead. Everybody in the hall is hearing you.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, it's a delight to be here, distinguished Chairman. Let me start by recognizing His Highness the Emir of Kano, who is chairman of this occasion.
Volume, please.
Am I being heard? Am I being heard?
Mr. Mahmood?
Can you hear me, Dr. Bati?
Okay. Mr. Mahmood, I'm told you should please kindly raise your voice a bit so that we can all hear you clearly here.
I'm trying my best. Can you hear me?
Please go ahead. You just need to project at your end so that we can all hear you clearly in the hall. It's a big hall, So the voice
right.
needs to
A
really
very good,
be loud.
a very good day to all of our distinguished participants and audience. Am I being heard?
Yes, please go ahead. Just keep
All right,
the voice level high.
All right, thank you very much. And really, it's a great honor and privilege to be part of this great occasion and to participate in this event. I've been asked to be a panelist and to discuss a paper which was presented by Dr. Pupola. I've not had the privilege of receiving the paper ahead of this seminar or event, but I've listened a little bit into it. And I think Pupola has raised all the relevant questions and relevant issues and really posed the questions which, as Nigerians, we should be concerned about. But I would like to step a little bit aside and to make a few remarks regarding the person we're all gathered to honor. A very distinguished lawyer, a very distinguished nationalist, Chief Gani Fawehinmi. I want to go back a little bit to the time I first met Gani Fawehinmi some decades back. I think it was back in 1978. I was at the time a student union leader myself. I was the Secretary General of the Students' Union at the Institute of Administration, Congo. And some of you may recall these are very turbulent times during the military era, and it was a period of intense student struggles. Some of the key burning issues at the time, not only at the domestic and international levels, were key issues concerning human rights. We had the anti-apartheid struggle going on, which was something which students were really very much involved with. And of course, also struggling with military rule and some of the policies of the administration at the time. As students who had taken keen interest in what was going on, and I recall that at the time we had the Ali Must Go crisis. And if you go back to history, I think you may recall some of those issues at the time. One of the issues were the reforms affecting the educational sector in the country and the decision of the military leaders to introduce or hike school fees and tuition fees across Nigerian universities. And even though we as students at Ahmadu Bello University and indeed most of northern universities were not impacted as such by this hike, but out of strong feelings of nationalism, as it were, we joined our colleagues across the country to protest these issues. And I was on my way to Lagos by road. I think we traveled all through the night, came to Ibadan very early morning, and as we bought the morning papers to read, we just read about the decision of the federal authorities at the time to ban the National Union of Nigerian Students. And we debated a little bit with my colleagues whether to proceed to Lagos for the meeting of the National Union of Nigerian Students at the time, or to go back to Zaire, but we decided to proceed. And at the venue of the meeting, we decided to visit Chief Gani Fawehinmi at the time in his office. And one of the things he told us was that, well, the federal military authorities had banned National Union of Nigerian Students. However, he was donating his chambers to be the headquarters of the National Union of Nigerian Students. And the meeting continued in his offices, which was subsequently raided by by the security forces at the time, just a few minutes before I myself had left, the office. And some of my colleagues were then detained and, well, I'm sure that students of history will recall the struggles at the time and what transpired after that. Now, what I'm trying to convey here is really that persons like Chief Gani Fawehinmi had impacted so much on various generations of Nigerian students who have moved on to become leaders in their respective fields and respective professions. And I clearly was one of them. And I'm sure many of us in this room are also beneficiaries of his legacies of impactful life and struggles. And they helped to shape what Nigeria eventually became in many positive ways. Now, the second time I met Chief Gani Fawehinmi in person was when, as a lawyer, I went to his office, specifically to use his library. I was dealing with a very novel case, and our library at the Ministry of Justice in Kano was not, well stocked. And then somebody suggested I should visit his library, and which I did, and spent a couple of days. I first met him and introduced myself, and he said, "Yes, you are very much welcome," and he allowed me to use his library. Now, what am I trying to convey here? The point I'm trying to convey is Gani Fawehinmi remained active in many fronts as a professional, as a nationalist, and he struggled all his life contesting every issue of public policy that he felt was not in the public interest or was not in the interest of the country. And I think it's a legacy that has left many professionals, which we should continue to carry on. Now, coming to the theme of today's discussion on the economic programs, structural adjustment programs, the Bretton Woods legacy, and the future of Nigerian economy, or indeed African continent. Now, I know that there are many people in this hall, and in fact, I'm waiting anxiously to hear His Highness, who is an expert in this area, and we've known his views on a lot of the transformative ideas that he has shared in many fora. So what I'd like to say here is very simple. Nigeria is an economy of 230 million people. It's clearly a large economy, and whatever policies, whatever reforms that administrations or governments wish to bring must recognize the potential of this huge population. Nigeria is a huge market, and clearly we have the capacity really to look inwards and to tap into the enormous resources and enormous potential that exists internally. So we cannot have our policies, being shaped from external sources and external ideas. And I think this is what Popola is trying to convey, as an academic, which I think has done extremely well. So I would like to urge that as lawyers, we continue to take keen interest in the affairs of our country. We would like to ensure that policies and programs are people-focused and people-centered. And in the long run, the real test of any economic policy or any economic ideas is to what extent does it benefit the people. It was Amilcar Cabral who says that the people are not fighting for ideas in anyone's head. What they're fighting is to live better and in peace, and to have the future of their children secured. So this is the real test of policies. This is the real test of economic programs. How does it impact on ordinary people? How does it impact on us as Nigerians? And in a country of 230 million, can we really say that the programs that we come up, whether it's reforms by the administration or indeed any administration, are really taking forward the interest of 230 million Nigerians? So, Ruben, I would like to pause here. I think that the conversation is one which needs to continue. The keynote speaker, Mr. Professor Pupola, has raised all the relevant issues and all the key issues that we need to contest and we need to discuss. And I would like to say that I personally, given the legacy of the person that we are here to honor, Chief Gani Fawehinmi, I think that he has laid for us the real tradition of contestation, of interrogation, and the contribution to all our national endeavors. And I think this is the spirit which we need to carry on moving forward. So thank you very much, and I look forward to listening to some of the other presentations that are coming up, especially His Highness the Emir of Kano.
Special round of applause, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for A.B. Mahmoud, SAN. Again, the same reference about impact, about policy affecting the people positively, about proper management of resources. You recall, during the SAP riots, Nigerians were saying, SAP should have a human face. Nigerians expect that the management of the economy will have a human face. In 85 to 89 to early 90s, the whole issue was also about corruption. I think there was one Ebony magazine that published a story in which they quoted Tasholari saying, oh, Babangida had one secret account somewhere. That in itself infuriated the people because the government at the time was saying that people should be ready to make sacrifice. The same thing is happening now. We are being told to make sacrifices so that hope can be restored. And that's why I said, well, it's history in a way repeating itself. But the point made by Professor Popola and also by A.B. Mahmoud, the responsibility of lawyers. How can lawyers make sure that policies align with people's expectations, and how do lawyers play their role as officers in the temple of justice, not lawyers forum shopping and anyway. This will not be an appropriate forum to criticize lawyers. Very quickly, let me call the next discussant, Engineer Bala Zaka. Engineer Zaka, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity given to me to be here, to come, share and cross-fertilize knowledge with you. If you wouldn't mind, let me stand on existing protocol. And I will start by defining insecurity my own way. My own way. Insecurity is the chances of threat taking advantage of your vulnerability to cause you harm. So if you have vulnerability and there is insecurity there and it hits, if you don't have the controls, whether preventive, corrective, or compensating control mechanisms, you will suffer harm. So the harm could be political, social, educational, health, which you know Nigeria and Nigerians are going through. As far as I'm concerned, I may be wrong. Nigeria is heading towards economic Golgotha. Quote me. Nigeria is heading towards economic Golgotha. Nigerian economy is on the path towards the evil forest. Quote me. Don't quote anybody. And I can give my reasons. If you are heading towards the evil forest, you will still see vegetations. You will see green vegetations. But there is a reason why a forest is called an evil forest. So as far as I'm concerned, Nigeria is on the wrong track. Whether you accept it or not, and that's why I say I'm here for us to share and cross-fertilize knowledge. As far as I'm concerned, of course, we are in a political dispensation right now. But I want to advise that anybody who is aspiring to occupy a political office should be ready to be a very good economic manager. And even if you are not a good economic manager, hire those who will be the right and the good economic managers to help you or to help you. It's very strange. I mean, you're talking about a country of more than 200 million citizens relying on less than 10,000 megawatts of electricity. You don't need anybody to tell you that you are going to experience energy crisis. If you expect that, I didn't expect that. I knew we were going to experience business climate hostilities. You're talking about a country that has more than 100 universities. We have more than 100 technical polytechnics. But basic chemistry of refining is a problem. That is an insult on Nigeria. I'm telling you this. Because refining is basic and elementary chemistry. I'm a practicing petroleum engineer. I'm an experienced gas engineer. I was trained by late Professor Chi Ikoku. So nobody will tell me that I wasn't well trained. I'm a very good product of University of Port Harcourt, and I'm proud to say that. I've worked on land, swamp, and deep offshore. I've worked on almost nearly all the oil fields. So I can challenge anybody. I have friends also who are Nigerians, product of Nigerian universities that are making exploits. Some even came for the Christmas. And as at yesterday or into this morning, an expatriate was killed at LSI LMA. How do you explain that? So we are having so many things wrong. As far as I am concerned, the sectors have issues. Nigerian sectors have issues. But as quote me also that I said, when you're talking about public sectors, some sectors can be deregulated and they will do well, right? Some can be privatized, they will do well. Some can be liberalized, they will do well. Some can even be commercialized. But I've noticed that we find it even difficult to contextualize them. If you meet a typical Nigerian leader and you ask him about some sectors, he will not be able to tell you whether it is a privatized sector, it is a commercialized, it is a deregulated. He will not be able to tell you. And that's very, very unfortunate. And that takes us to, I will talk about subsidy, of course, because somehow, somewhere, we have reduced subsidy to a Nigerian vocabulary. Subsidy is a global concept, but I will talk about that. It's a global concept, and I want to let you know, if subsidy does not work in your country, that will not invalidate the global relevance and definition of subsidy. You cannot vitiate it. You can decide to be messing around as Nigerians. The whole world is watching. But somehow, somewhere, we are getting it wrong. If you ask me also, I will define policy my own way. And as far as I am concerned, so many sectors are not working. I cannot see the policies. My own way. Policies, because you can talk about corporate sectors and you can talk about national government. When you talk about corporate sector now, my own way, policies are statements that are supposed to convey the corporate philosophy of that company and must be seen to be reflected in the strategic thinking of the strategic leaders. Of course, you can talk about strategic leaders, tactical and operation leaders. Then when you come to nations, policies are supposed to be statements that must convey national philosophies with respect to those sectors and must be reflected in the political thinking of leaders. Why? Because we are in democracy and we have political leaders. So if anybody asks me today, what is the policy on education? You can explain. What is the policy on health? You're talking about a country where basic electricity is a problem. Before I came here now, I went twice and I titrated. But you live in a country where a whole university will not have light for 2 weeks. How do you explain that? A teaching hospital will not have light for electricity for 2 weeks. Do you need anybody to tell you that the energy sector has collapsed? Not that it is collapsing. It has actually headed towards the cliff edge and collapsed into the valley. That is me. I may be wrong. And that's why we are here to share and cross-fertilize knowledge. I've always noticed it, whether people accept it or not, as far as I'm concerned, people will always say external forces, but I don't care. We have the right to change it. But if you look at the trend, the plan was remove subsidy, right? Remove subsidy. Once you remove subsidy, the next thing will be devalue the currency. When you devalue the currency, next, redenominate the currency and probably get Nigeria out of OPEC. As far as I am concerned, all those are going to be wrong. They are not going to favor Nigeria, whether we accept it or not. When I look at what was happening when they removed tariff on electricity, the first thing that came to my mind was that the only thing that was going to remain for Nigerian leaders to really take from us was oxygen. But I knew they were not going to be able to do that. I showed them the correlation. It's very clear. Mess around with electricity and you will give birth to cholera. The relationship is there. Electricity is something that has to do with health. It is because there is no electricity. That was why that person you classified as living in a band A or band D area is going to die. That's why you are going to have infant mortality. It's because you decided to classify human beings based on a basic thing that you are supposed to supply or give as government. That's the reason why somebody will go to a particular place that you technically classify as a band Z area, and all the children there will be malnourished. When you go there, pregnant women are going to die. That old retiree that is not getting his salary is going to have issues there, high blood pressure, no light. The medical doctor there is not going to work. And somebody will tell me that Nigeria is on the right track. Nigeria is not on the right track. Look at your 2025 budget projection and analysis. I practice in the oil and gas industry till this morning, so I can say so many things. You are projecting that you are going to produce X volume of crude oil, right? Because the price in the international market is probably Y or Z. But as I speak to you, many of the international oil companies and marginal operators are already projecting that they will go back into drilling campaign around the Q3 or Q4 of this year. So show me the relationship. How can you achieve that volume? It's technically wrong. So if you ask me, Nigeria is suffering from business climate hostilities. And I can explain it. Look at what we're talking about, the tax. I'm not talking about the tax reforms. Tax in general. You have strategic industrial sectors collapsing. Strategic domestic sectors collapsing. And you have strategic commercial sectors collapsing. So where are you going to get the tax from? Where are you going to get the tax from? A basic thing, Nigeria is a member of OPEC, right? Is this the way it was practiced in the Libya of Gaddafi? Is this the way it is practiced in Indonesia, in Malaysia, in Iraq, Iran? No. Nigeria is a member of Gas Exporting Countries Forum with headquarters in Doha, Qatar. Is Nigeria as lit as Qatar? From basic, I'm a gas engineer. From basic gas, natural gas, you will get ammonia. From ammonia, you are going to get urea. From urea, you are going to get fertilizer. Is Nigeria rich in fertilizer? The answer is no. The fertilizer that used to cost like probably 2,500 Nigerian naira is now probably 25,000 Nigerian naira. It is in a country like Nigeria that we decide to, well, you are lawyers, so I can't, there's nothing I really have to teach here. I can only learn from you. When you talk about the concept of serendipity, what you are basically talking about is that you will go planning to get something and you hit something positive in error. But I want to let you understand, we must get it right by design. Nigeria is not a serendipitous country. So you can't always be relying on trial and error and expect that you are going to succeed. We are not going to succeed. You must get it right by design and from point A. I was surprised I was involved in a discussion with somebody that was representing an international finance body. Let me just say so. Probably a creditor to Nigeria. And that person was trying to, on air. And that person was on television, a major television. And that person was trying to justify why we should remove fuel subsidy. No, why we should deregulate. Why we should deregulate. And I asked, okay. He said, why our refineries mustn't even work. That was what got me mad. Then what the guy was saying, and that was somebody that doesn't know anything about the local environment. But I don't blame him because some of us travel international too. And he was explaining and saying, well, even if you refine locally, the maximum you can make may be just probably 10 naira per liter. And I caught him from I said, oh, so there will even be savings. And he said, yes, at least 10 naira. Then I said, okay, let's work it out this way. They said Nigeria consumes about 50 million liters per day, right? Of PMS. So that simply means if we can save 10 naira per liter, just help me to work out the calculations. That means every day we will save 10 naira multiplied by 50 million. Check the savings in a week. Check the savings in a month. So even if it is just based on that, that means Nigeria is supposed to do well. That was how I shot the entire discussion. I mean, you are talking about a country where you are seeing it clearly. Assuming you go to, okay, this is airport hotel, right? I can tell you, don't be surprised that they are running on diesel. At the cost of a liter of diesel, how do you expect these guys to break even? You go to a hotel that maybe sits or occupies or is supposed to take like 200 patients, right? And even if you have just 10 patients, do you know you will be expected to run the generator throughout the night? How do you expect to break even? Okay, let's do the vulcanizer. If a vulcanizer will need to spend more than 10,000 Nigerian naira, right, to get just 10 liters of petrol, tell me how many tires he will vulcanize before recovering. Go to the barber, go to the hairdresser and do that. So I know what I am talking. We are on the wrong track. It is left to us to recalibrate our strategies and get it right. If not, Nigeria will be reduced to a country of melancholies. Quote me. Thank you.
Well, very good. Thank you. Well, you recall that when Professor Kukwala was making his presentation, he described Chief Gani Fawehinmi as an apostle of fair play and also an exponent of social justice. And all the speakers this morning have talked about social justice, from the guest lecturer to Dr. Afolabi Akiode, to A.B. Mahmoud S.A.N., and then Engineer Balaz Zakar has given the civil society group here the opportunity to give us a song about social revolution. In other words, policies should have a human face. Well, very quickly, the organizers have said we should take some interventions, and they've given me some names, but the people who are going to intervene, they don't have more than 3 minutes each. I know that they are lawyers, they can address the court for 1 hour, but this is not the courtroom. One of the persons who will come here and say something is a senior advocate of Nigeria, my good friend, Dr. Wahab Shitu. And by the way, he has written a pamphlet, The Gani I Used to Know, which is, a monograph I think everybody should try to read, because it captures in its narrative the very essence of the man that we are honoring. But while Dr. Wahab Shitu is getting ready, I've seen Mr. Femi Falana. who has written also extensively on the subject today, and who was part of those SAP riots in those days. I was a youth copper in Benin at that time. Bretton Woods and the African economies. Can Nigeria survive another structural adjustment program? Ladies and gentlemen, let's ask Mr. Femi Falana, SAN, as I invite him to the podium.
Your Royal Majesty, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we're gathered here today to celebrate honor, to celebrate integrity and consistency. We are not here to celebrate Gani's wealth. He has some wealth. But what we are here for is to celebrate what he stood for. And I think we are going to live here today, determined as lawyers to shake the society. If Gani were here today, he will have said, we have talked enough. Let's now move to the street. In 1986, SAP was imposed on the country. By the way, it was imposed at the instance of the IMF and World Bank. And Babangida said there was no alternative. A few of us sat down with Chief Fawehinmi and he said, yes, we are going to have an alternative to SAP symposium. It was to take place at the NSA office in Yaba. At the 11th hour, it was cancelled. So we have to move to Chief Fawehinmi's chambers. From there, he was alleged to have committed an offense. He, the late Daishulani and Wahab Gullo were arrested. But from Panti, those two elderly men were released and Gani was taken away. He landed in Gashua. He almost died there. Now, what we are doing today, this is democracy, much, much easier for us to struggle. Lawyers led by the Keja branch must decide today that we should change this renewed hope or whatever they call it, which is not going to help our people. But as for us as lawyers, when we are gathered there, we must tell ourselves some basic home truths. Your Majesty, we want to congratulate you for your victory in the Court of Appeal. Your opponents say they are going to the Supreme Court as far as the law is concerned. And it's so certain. And this is where the MDA must come in. Where the law has been settled. That the traditional institution is not a fundamental right matter. So you can't say, as a traditional ruler, you are going to enforce your fundamental rights in court. Two, the court again has made the point that the Federal High Court has no jurisdiction on chieftaincy matters. So if some of our colleagues are deceiving their clients and they are causing problems in the country, the MBA owes it a duty, MBA owes it a duty to begin to intervene and call our colleagues to order. Your Majesty, wherever they are going, whether Supreme Court or wherever, you have come to stay. And we must only have one emir in Kano. We can't have two emirs in Kano, two speakers in Rivers. This confusion must stop. Thank you very much.
Well, I think Femi Falana SAN deserves a louder round of applause. Okay, thank you. Well, over to you.
Water run away. Aye, aye, my aye. Thank you very much. Kulu kulu. Kulu kulu. Thank you very much. While the discussion was going on, we had entered into the hall very quietly. His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, ably represented by another giant, the Attorney General and Commissioner of Justice for Lagos State, Mr. Lawal Pedro, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. A round of applause for him, please. Thank you very much. Your Highness, we also have, Your Highness, Mr. President, we also have in the hall with us a former Attorney General and Commissioner of Justice for your state, Mr. Adebayo Mutalabi, SAN. A round of applause for him, please. I saw him somewhere. Okay, we also have Mr. Paul Kassin, SAN. Mr. Paul, thank you very much, sir. Let's for coming. Then we have a former presidential aspirant in Nigeria, no other person than Mr. Omoyele Showore. A round of applause for him. Thank you very much for coming. Of course, we have our own dear SAN in Ikeja branch, Mr. Adetunji Adejuigbe, SAN. A round of applause for him, please. And then we have also with us, yes, planning committee, we need to reseat her. Thank God she's even already in front here, so let's find a seat for her. That's another daughter of the honoree of today, Mrs. Basirat Fawehinmi Biobaku Esquire. Thank you very much for coming. Please kindly reseat her, please. Then we have a former secretary of the NBA Ikeja branch, a former secretary of the NBA Abuja branch, the Unity Bar, Afam Okeke. A round of applause for him. Another secretary of that same branch is also here, Chidi Ezenwafo. A round of applause for him, Secretary, Unity Bar, Abuja. Of course, we have our own people. Okay, we still have Ikorodu, former chairman Ikorodu branch, Mr. Bayo Akinladi, somewhere behind them, and the incumbent vice chairman of Ikorodu branch, Olajide Akinola. You're very welcome. We have our own former chairman in Ikeja branch, a former chairman of Ikeja branch, in fact, chairman of Ikeja branch, Mr. Adebamigbe Omole. Mr. Omole, thank you very much. You're welcome. We have Mr. Bartholomew Agwegbodo. I know he's a giant. You'll see him from anywhere. He's not standing up. And then we also have the immediate past chairman of NBA Ikeja branch, Mr. Sheyi Olawumi. I saw him, he's still trying to, yeah, thank you very much. You're very welcome. We have former secretaries of the branch also here. We have Mrs. Muna Isegine. Thank you very much. We have Chinedu Dilibe Ifezue. We have Yemi Abijo. I'm always tempted to be adding SCN after all these names. Thank you very much for being here with us. I will now yield to Mrs. Onyeso, a former publicity secretary of Ikeja branch like myself, and former CEO and registrar of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators of Nigeria. A round of applause for Mrs. Onyeso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Charles Ajiboye. So we're going on to the questions and answers now, and there are some ground rules. Because of time, we're not able to take as many questions as we would like to take. So we're going to restrict ourselves to just 3 questions, because we have other sessions where you can also share your thoughts that will come later in the program. And for these 3 questions, please, they are not interventions, they are questions. And then the moderator, Dr. Ruben, will now direct which of the discussants will answer your questions. So for the 3 questions, can we have the hands up, please? Yes, sir. You wanted to ask a question? Okay, no, please just hold on. Thank you, sir. Then you're number 2, sir. And then number 3. Number 3. Okay, sir. Number 3. Sir, permission. Okay, before the questions. Okay, all right.
Thank you very much. A slight change. I think it's just very apt at this time. Before we have the members of the audience dilute the atmosphere, it is still very concentrated now, and we would want to hear from His Highness. And we need to hear from His Highness, and I will be asking us to give us a few minutes to please advance. You can go ahead. We will briefly introduce him properly and then bring him to the podium for his own response.
Okay.
Well, His Highness, in his usual humility, is waving it. His Highness Dr. Khalifa Muhammad Sanusi II, CON Sarki Kano. A round of applause for him. We can make that better. We can make that better. Please, let's clap for him. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Your Highness.
If there's anyone in this room who needs me introduced and who does not know me, I think you can find your way out. So, thank you very much, Mr. President, Your Excellency, the Governor, represented by the Attorney General, panel, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to have been invited to chair this lecture in honor of the late Chief Gani Fawehinmi, who, by the way, I knew personally as a young man, as a young banker. And that was, actually, I met Festus Keyamo at that time, and who remains for me one of the great role models that Nigerians need to always remember, and a true national hero. All those who went to university in our generation and who were looking up to progressives in action looked up to the likes of Gani Fawehinmi in the legal profession, along with academics like Claude Ake, Ikena Nzimiro, Bade Onimode, Yusuf Obala Osman, Paul Wilmot, Yusuf Bangura. All those who are of my generation probably remember all those names. And I think one of the saddest commentaries about Nigeria today is try and count how many people you'd find that fit into that in the public intellectual scene. It tells you how far we have sunk. I mean, there was a time when you had a whole galaxy of them. So I'll make a few personal remarks before I say what I will say on the topic of today. Let me start with law and structural adjustment. It's interesting from a personal experience. You know, I heard Dr. Afolabi speak about subsidy of Dr. Popola, how subsidy on food was removed in 1986. Actually, the removal started in 1977. And that was when we had the Ali Must Go riots as undergraduates. Now, why is that important? In 1977, I was a member of the Student Representative Assembly at ABU. And one of the leaders of the Ali Must Go riots in Zaria, in which some of our colleagues were shot dead. And this was my first year in the university. And I had the ambition at that time to study the law. I applied. My first choice was law, which, for those of you who know ABU, was on a different campus. It was in Congo campus. My second choice was social sciences. So when the lists first came out, my first offer was BA French, which I was not going to do. Then I had social sciences, and I didn't make law in the first list because I'd fallen just short of the grades needed to study law. But as the professor knows, there's always a gray area when you're marginal called the dean's list. So I got introduced to the dean of the Faculty of Law, then a gentleman called Baba Shani. And I went to him and made a very strong case for why I should be admitted into the law faculty. And he said, okay. Then he sat me down, talked to me about my father and the family I came from and all that, and then told me that he was aware that I was one of the leaders of the riots on Ali Must Go. And he was warning me that in the Faculty of Law and Congo campus, they had no room for irresponsible radicals like me. And if he gave me admission and I brought any of those radical ideas from the main campus to Congo, I would be expelled. So since I planned to participate in every demonstration in the university and every riot that was about to happen, I decided the safest thing for me was to remain on main campus, where people like Bala Osman and Yusuf Bangura would be happy to see us come out on demonstration rather than go to the Faculty of Law. But the interesting thing is, so I grew up thinking law was this very conservative profession of conservative people who were always pro-establishment. So people like Gani Fawehinmi were an eye-opener and told us that the law is actually a discipline that can be used to radically transform society. It's about what you choose to do with it. And the question that's been asked today is, why don't we have more Gani Fawehinmis among all of you lawyers? Now I speak as a layman. My PhD is in Islamic law. I never studied common law. Although I do hope to study law at some point. I'm sure I'll probably be a lawyer at some point in my life. But you know, a few things have been said today that we need to remember beyond SAP. The first is the importance of virtue and values. And again, we all remember Gani Fawehinmi famously said, I have a suitcase packed for prison. He actually had a bag that was ready. Every time they knocked on the door, he would carry his bag ready to go into detention. Ready. And the only way you can explain this is when you begin to read, if you go back to, say, Stoic philosophy, and they talk about virtuous people, and they're saying those people are happy even when being tortured, and you're wondering, how can anyone be happy when being tortured? The reality is, for Gani, being tortured or being imprisoned because he stood for what was right, being tortured by tyrants and oppressors was a source of happiness and joy. And this is what happens when people focus on what they can control. Their values, their emotions, their integrity, their dignity. That is what is most important to them. Not these wigs and gowns and bank accounts and turbans. Not. You take a position, you lose it. You have money, you lose it. You have a life, you lose it. You have a child, he dies. Your parents die. Your spouses die. These things all go. You need to have more and more people who understand that in this country we're holding on so much. We've defined our happiness so much in terms of that which we do not control. And in doing that, we have let our country go to blazes. Nobody wants to stand up anymore and speak for the truth. Nobody wants to lose his position. Nobody wants to lose money. Nobody wants to take any risks. And frankly, in this room, there are many who are part of that process of destroying the country. So it's time, I think, for the legal profession as a whole to start focusing on the ethics and values of the profession, not just the technical knowledge of the law. And Gani Fawehinmi was probably not the most brilliant lawyer. He was probably not the most educated lawyer or the most widely read lawyer. But he was clearly and by far the lawyer with the highest level of integrity and the moral conscience of the country. So you can know the law, you can be an expert in the law, but what do you use it for? Do you use it to perpetuate injustice? Do you use it to hang on to technicalities and take what is not due to one and give it to them? And in any event, how do people in this learned profession, supposedly the most educated people, the elite of our educated people, how do they allow themselves to be manipulated by uneducated, uncouth politicians for money? How do you reduce yourself to that level? How do you look at yourself in the mirror when you take money from some corrupt politician and use the knowledge of the law to give him what he does not have? How do you face yourself in the mirror? So let us try and find happiness in becoming more like Gani Fawehinmi. Let us try and focus on virtue. Let us try and focus on what we are. You can have a lot of money. You can have a position. You can have a lot of knowledge. At the end of the day, it is who you are inside that decides what you become. So if we all do that, I think we are on the path to bringing our country back from the brink. A speaker spoke about the need for strong institutions. You know, I've heard this over and over again. I said, the reality is we do have strong institutions. The judiciary is a strong institution. The police is a strong institution. The presidency is a strong institution. The National Assembly is a strong institution. The central bank is a strong institution. But no matter how strong an institution is, if you take the wrong person and put him in that institution, he destroys it. The Nigerian police force has all it needs to maintain law and order. But if the IG and the commissioner decide that their job is to be at the service of politicians and not to maintain law and order, that institution is destroyed. And so what we need, again, is go back and ask ourselves about our values. Do we really have those values? Are we really committed to what we do? What is the integrity with which we approach our work? I think for someone like Gani, these are the lessons in his life. Beyond him, he's dead. May Allah have mercy on him. But we're celebrating him today because he represents what we think we all should be, even if we are not able to be there. And when I saw after his death all the people that were praising him, some of them were people who persecuted him in his lifetime. But even in death, for them to get some element of credibility, they had to associate themselves with him. And this is what we should all try to be. Because we are all going to pass away. We will not be here. In a few years, many of us will not be around. What is left is not the money that you made, not even the knowledge that you had. It is the values that you lived by. And for me, this is the significance of this memorial. Now, on the topic of structural adjustment, on the topic of the economy, on the topic of subsidies, you know, it's extremely interesting as an economist listening to lawyers and engineers discuss the economy. You know, extremely, beautiful analysis. To be honest, I can stand here today and I can give a few points that are contrary, a few points that explain perhaps what we're going through and how it was totally predictable, most of it, and maybe avoidable. But I'm not going to do that. I've chosen not to speak about the economy and the reforms or to even explain anything because if I explain, it would help this government, and I don't want to help the government. I don't want to help this government. You know, they're my friends. If they don't behave like friends, I don't behave like a friend. So I watch them being stewed, and they don't even have people with credibility who can come and explain what they're doing. But I'm not going to help. I started out helping, but I'm not going to help. I'm not going to discuss it. Let them come and explain to Nigerians why the policies that are being pursued are being pursued. And meanwhile, I'm watching a very nice movie with popcorn in my hands. I'm watching them stew. But I will say one thing. What we are going through today is at least in part, not totally, at least in part, a necessary consequence of decades of irresponsible economic management. You know, people were told decades ago, if you continue along this path, this is where you're going to end up. If you continue, this is where you're going to end up. And they refused to listen. Now, is everything being done today correct? No. But like I said, when I'm ready to talk about the economy, I probably will. For now, I'm here to honor Chief Gani Fawehinmi. I'm here to remind us all about what he stood for, to ask us, to appeal to us, to plead with us, to go back, like I said recently, to that distinction between who we are and what we are. Who you are those things that Gani was. They're about your values, what you can control, what you are. You're a northerner, you're a southerner, you are rich, you are poor, you are a president, you are an emir. It's what you are. You have two lawyers. One is an honest lawyer with integrity, the other is a thief. Whether that is who he is. You have two governors or two senators or two emirs. At the end of the day, if you're a thief, you're a thief. Whether you're Yoruba or Igbo or Hausa or Muslim or Christian or a lawyer, a thief is a thief. That is who you are. If you're an honest person, if you have integrity, if you have courage, if you have self-discipline, it doesn't matter whether you have money or don't have money, whether you have a position or don't have a position, that is who you are. Can we please go back as a country to asking ourselves that question, who am I truly? You look at your own life. You've gone through many stages of what. I was a student. I was a banker. I was governor of Central Bank. I was an emir. I was a dethroned emir. I'm an emir. That is all what I am. That's all what I am. But I take pride that all the friends who knew me 50 years ago will say I am the same person that they knew 50 years ago. And that is who I am. You may not like it, but that's who I am. Can we please begin to ask ourselves and stop taking pride in these ephemeral, fake things that we have? People get into power, they clothe themselves in power given to them by the Constitution and the law, and they think it belongs to them. People struggle to get into office and they have no idea what to do with it. You go to office and you make money. Why do you want to go into politics to make money? Go into business. Look at Aliko Dangote. He's not a governor. He has money. Go and be an Aliko Dangote. Why do you want to be a governor or a minister to make money? If you want money, go and be a businessman. You go into government to serve the people. If you do not want to serve the people, don't go into government. Simple. But the way we've degraded public office and the way civil society, if you go back to Antonio Gramsci, the way civil society has allowed itself to be incorporated into the processes and programs of political society is what has destroyed this nation. Who is there to hold political society to account? Where is the Nigeria Bar Association? Where is the Nigeria Labour Congress? NLC, where are the Hassan Sumonus of today? Where are the journalists? Where are the academics? Where are the public intellectuals? Everybody has gone into political society. Everybody, if you're not in there, you're looking for a contract, or you're looking for an appointment, or you're looking for some favor, and therefore you cannot face political society and hold political society to account. And this is exactly what Antonio Gramsci talked about when he analyzed the hegemonic state. And this is what we're becoming. So I'm speaking at an MBA conference because you are a critical part of civil society. You are the ones who stand up for human rights. You are the ones who stand up for the rule of law. I thank my brother Femi Falana. When we had this funny judgment by the Federal High Court, he came out and spoke about it. I'm not a lawyer, but even as a non-lawyer, I know Federal High Court has no jurisdiction on chieftaincy matters. So I can't believe that the lawyers who took the case didn't know. I can't believe that the judge who ruled didn't know. They all knew. The judgment of the Court of Appeal was what everyone expected. But for 8 months, we have had a perverse judgment driven by politics. And these are the kinds of things that we need to stand up to, or to stand up against. Finally, I would like us to please pray for our country, because we do need a prayer. I think there's just so much happening now, but the only good thing for me as an economist is I know that no matter how long a crisis is, with the right policies you come out of it. This darkness is not going to be here forever. Let us remain hopeful. Okay? Let us all work in our own way to contribute. Advice, criticism, bring in investors, and also let us see the good in our country, because there is a lot of good that's happening as well. Maybe not where we're looking, but let us continue to look at the good things and hope that we'll see more and more of that. I'd like to thank you once more for giving me the honor. It's a great honor for me to speak on behalf of someone that I consider a personal hero. I would like to hope that after this, we are going to see more and more Gani Fawehinmis in the legal profession. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Highness, Dr. Khalifa Muhammad Sanusi II, CON, Sarki Kano. Thank you very, very much for that very insightful presentation. Very quickly, let me recognize the presence of Dr. Monday Ubani, the former Vice President of the Nigerian Bar Association and SSA to the President of the Nigerian Senate. You are very welcome, Dr. Ubani. Mrs. Oyeso will now continue with the Q&A, and then we'll have your interventions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, His Excellency, for that powerful presentation. We'll go on with the Q&A now. We had started and we had identified 3 people that were going to ask the questions. So please, this is a question and answer session. It is not an intervention session. Keep to your questions. Go straight to your questions. Go straight to your questions, and not more than 2 minutes for your questions, please. If you exceed 2 minutes, we would have to cut you short. We do apologize in advance. So this is, yes. Then there's somebody over there. Yes.
I'm greeting the ladies and gentlemen. You are all welcome for this program. May Lord be with us. My name is Shonu Krishna. My first and foremost, the question that I want to ask is that we are good to formulate policy in this nation, but to implement it, we are no more to be found. Number 2, I don't know reason why we are not speaking in one voice. We lack one voice in this nation. When Mr. A say we are going tomorrow, Mr. B will say no, tomorrow is best tomorrow. At the end of the day, final conclusion will be tomorrow. Yeah, last year, when saying that they should collect the aggregate of 140 for all institutions. My question is to Professor Pokuolasa. He said that 140 for aggregation for the score, total score. But some have scored 156, some have scored 200. Look, this hand is not equal. Everybody has his own role to play in politics, either genuine or counterfeit. We are involving in politics in order to participate in decision making. We are in the midst of the law. The law have power to exercise their power without any voice of no confidence. But nowadays lawyers, they are coward. They are coward. They are not. They will say, don't worry, I will help you. At the end of the day, help you. They will just turn you around, just cajole you, do like this. Something before I say, people need to be like Gani Fawehinmi. The shoe of Gani Fawehinmi, the shoe that Gani Fawehinmi was loose down, who can put leg there now? Since all this day now, we have been saying, I don't see the truth in this nation. We need to speak in one voice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Question, please, let's keep to time. 2 minutes, please. Thank you very much.
Luther continua. Yes, I am Comrade Kehinde Adeoye, the Lagos State Chairman, Committee for the Defense of Human Rights. Please pardon me. Yeah, I have 2 minutes. I know, but because of who Chief Gani Fawehinmi was and who he is, just let me just say a brief thing about how I encountered him. It was in May 1989. I was the Secretary General of the Students' Union as an activist. Yes, I'm going straight to the question. Yes. So it was then, the courage he had at Yaba, when we surrounded him, when there was a rally, it was economic matter. Increase in the pump price of fuel from 20 naira to 22 naira. And there they came and they were, the security people were trying to divert, and the rally was held that day. Now the question is this. Where did we get it wrong as a country? Because the chairman of today's occasion, maybe that's where it's going to come in now. I remember when he was the governor of Central Bank, he did say, and some of us did not take notice of it, that 3/4 of our national budget was being consumed by the National Assembly. I don't know if I'm right, sir. So the question is, where did we get it wrong? Because I remember as at 1989 as a copper, when I was going to Benin, then Bender State, I served in the old Bender State. From Ojota to Benin, was 20 naira. I didn't say 200. 20 naira would take me from Ojota down to Yaro. Now we know what it is today. So where did we actually get it wrong? That is just the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
last
CDHL,
person.
the last question.
Thank you, sir. My name is Anene Wadukwe, Chairman, MBA Surulere Branch. My question goes to the professor. Prof, my question is this. In fashioning out bilateral and multilateral agreements with our international partners, if we have strong characters to man our institutions, would strategic alliance with international economic organizations like BRICS and the other entities, will it give us a seat at the table to negotiate with the Western world as equals when we are talking about our economic activities fashioned in our own local providence? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Again, let me just emphasize the last speaker is the current chairman of the MBA Surulere branch. I am coming to Dr. Ruben to please coordinate the session.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, we have the questions. Two of the questions are directed to Professor Kupola, and then the other one is an open question. First, where did we get it wrong? Let me ask Engineer Balazaka and Dr. Afolabi to respond to that. Where did we get it wrong? Where did we miss it? When did the rain start beating us? Engineer Zaka.
Yeah, thank you, sir. This is my answer. We got it wrong because many of our leaders are morally bankrupt and are suffering from moral insolvency. And because of that, they decided to institutionalize that act that will make us to have economic vampires, economic traitors, and economic marauders. And that is why even the subsidy you were talking about, you know, you're supposed to have government here, you're supposed to have citizens here. Because when you talk about corporate world, subsidy is the equivalent of discount. But for a business person, what I owe you is to just be a loyal customer. But for my government, I owe you that loyalty as a civic citizen and comply with my civic responsibilities of paying taxes and levies. And that's why you owe me the provision of goods and services in addition to security. So when you allow economic vampires, marauders, and traitors to stand between yourself, in this case, government or my parent, and I am here, corporate or individual citizens, we are going to suffer. So in between us and the government, of course, you have saboteurs. Way forward. All we need is to collectively come up together, generate the necessary energy and necessary force to overcome that national inertia of docility. And that docility, of course, you can explain it. We have health concern docility, economic docility, political docility. But we must overcome that inertia of national docility. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Zaka. This is the same point that His Highness was making about ethics and values, wherever you may find yourself, whether you are in charge of institutions or you are a lawyer, so that you don't make a full-time occupation out of hunting and gathering ex parte injunctions or chasing ambulances all the place. So we are all in the matter. Dr. Afolabi Akyode.
Well, thank you very much. I would agree with the last speaker. But for me, I think, when did we get it wrong? We got it wrong when we begin to legitimize corruption, when corrupt individuals became captain of our ships, and we didn't see anything wrong with it. When we sat down and we sit down and look, and we decided to look away when we saw wrong things happening. When we stopped being Gani, when we stopped being active citizens, that was exactly the time when we got it wrong. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Now we go back to our guest speaker, Professor Ademola Pokuola. Someone had asked, why are the policies not working? Why is there so much dissonance in the public space in terms of discussions? And then finally, if we have strong characters, are we likely to play a much better game at the international level in terms of economic cooperation, a country that is always looking for investment? Is it in our character or in our stars? Or is the problem the policies? Prof, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will be brief. My understanding of the first intervention, or what I could call the summary of it, is the role of lawyers. And I don't think it can be overemphasized. I think running through the discussions, including quite importantly, the intervention of the chairman, Royal Highness, is that we lawyers, we need to step up the game. We have the Gani Fawehinmis of this world, the Falanons of this world, and I'm happy that the largest Sikh Femi Falana is here with us. Because when the question is asked, where are the Gani Fawehinmis of today? I think the answer we find easily in Femi Falana. Because I follow closely his interventions in critical times. Of course, there are other players who are active then and also in their own ways active now. But Femi Falana definitely stood up as a flag bearer and also embodiment of the spirit. Now, so we have people we can still look forward to. At the other end of the spectrum, of course, we have those that Omoni Adeoye had said are only identifying themselves with what we call the capitalist system and carving for themselves privileged positions within the structures. And that is the bane of the legal profession. I'm happy a challenge was thrown to the president of the NBA, but even in the his introductory statements, he himself made the clarion call that we lawyers, we need to do more than we are doing now. And I don't think, I wouldn't want to waste further time. Let's keep in mind the admonition of the chairman, His Royal Highness, that there is who you are and there is what you are. Now, today we are celebrating Gani Fawehinmi, just as it has been said, not because of his wealth. Of course, God bless him. But that is not the reason why we are gathered here today. There are many lawyers of his generation that were even more blessed materially, but because of what he stood for. So what I can say in response to the first intervention is that occasions like this, we should see it as a call to us to re-examine ourselves, re-examine our way, and see how we can key in today. There is hope for the country. There is hope for the country. Claude Ake put it this way, that people have the impression that we are really at the rock bottom. But when that happens, you bounce up. So we should leverage on the logic of that. The second one, it will take a whole lecture. But the point I want to make is that we have performed poorly in terms of our participation in multilateral agreements. Now, these have been partly traced to deficiency in our legal education. Until quite recently, the subject matter of many of the multilateral agreements that we have been complaining about, were actually not taught lawyers. They were not in the curriculum of the in our legal education system. So that when we send lawyers to take part in this negotiation of this agreement, they are actually proceeding from the point of weakness, professional weakness. Now, fortunately, the movement may be slow, but there is a radical change evolving. In that, in the different law faculties today, we now have courses, subjects that capture some of our dilemma and also empower the product of the system, even they find themselves in future to participate in negotiation of agreement to be well harmed. So that we have things like international economic law, international trade law, international investment law. These are courses that were not available in our own time. Yes, international humanitarian law and so on. But now there is the opportunity to equip our lawyers who take part in these negotiations with the appropriate knowledge. Then the rest will now depend on their own character as individual. Now, the point about BRICS is that it offers the option for diversification. And this is something that maybe when we fully key in and we accept it, we will be able to leverage on it. I thank you for your kind attention. God bless you.
Okay, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, chairman of this occasion, President MBA, I think, we're done with our session, and I would like to just call on you, respectively, to give the guest lecturer and the discussants a special round of applause as I now hand over the microphone to the organizers of this event. Well, that applause is not loud enough. Did we bore you? Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Okay, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ruben Abati. Thank you very much for moderating that session in such a fantastic manner. And thank you very much, our discussants. Permit me to bring to the microphone for some brief comments His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, ably represented by no other person than the Attorney General and Commissioner of Justice for Lagos State, Mr. Lawal Pedro, SAN. A round of applause for him, please.
Well, thank you. Let me first of all apologize for coming late. Not in our character, but you all know what is happening in Lagos since Monday. So there are many issues. And when the invitation came, it came a bit late. We already have the manifest rollout. But notwithstanding, Mr. Governor has insisted that I should be here to represent him. So I sincerely apologize. Mr. Chairman of this event, His Highness Dr. Mohammed Sanusi II, Saki Kano, I greet you, sir. My president, NBA, Mahazi Afam Ozigwe, Senior Advocate of the Achinra, the chairman, NBA Keja branch, our host, and by extension to other chairmen, former and current, that are here present, members of the inner bar and the outer bar, distinguished panelists, particularly moderator, I greet all of you, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I sincerely once again apologize on behalf of Mr. Governor of the state who is unable to attend. It is with profound sense of honor and humility that I extend Mr. Governor's Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu's warm greetings and heartfelt appreciation to the organizers of the 21st Gani Fawehinmi Annual Lecture. This occasion is a testament to the enduring legacy of a man whose life and work continue to inspire generations. Chief Abdul Ganiyu Oyeshola Fawehinmi, Senior Advocate of Nira, popularly known as Gani Fawehinmi, was not just a legal practitioner. He is a beacon of hope, a crusader of justice, and a relentless advocate for the downtrodden. His unwavering commitment to the rule of law and his fearless confrontation of injustice mark him as a true defender of the people. As we reflect on Nigeria's journey 15 years after his passing, it is imperative that we as legal practitioners embrace and embody the virtues that define his illustrious career. Gani Fawehinmi once said, "The law is not an instrument of oppression, but a means of achieving justice." This profound statement captures the essence of his ethos, a belief that the law should serve as a shield for the vulnerable and a sword against tyranny. His life was a clarion call to all lawyers to use our knowledge and skill for the betterment of our society. In today's complex social political landscape, the role of legal practitioners as guardians of justice has never been more crucial. We must strive to uphold the highest standard of integrity, courage, and diligence. Much has been said about this by various speakers. Ghanaians demonstrated through his numerous battles for human rights a lawyer's duty to extend beyond the courtroom. It involves being a voice for the voiceless and a defender of the oppressed. Let us draw inspiration from the indelible mark Gani Fawehinmi left on our legal system. His relentless pursuit of justice, often at great personal cost to him, underscores the importance of resilience and steadfastness in the face of the adversity. As we gather here today, let us recommit ourselves to these noble ideas. Work collectively to build a Nigeria that reflects the value of equity, fairness, justice that Gani so vehemently championed. May I also say, all of us that we are here today, as I look around, I see leaders, innovators, and change makers. I see individuals who have the power to shape the future of our country. Therefore, let us leave this event today with commitment to build, to innovate, and transform this country, as the government alone cannot do it. In closing, I encourage every legal practitioner present to take to heart the word of another renowned jurist, Honorable Justice Okpodifu Okuta, JSC, who said, "A legal practitioner's role is not just to serve clients, but to serve society." As we honor Gani Fawehinmi's legacy, let us remember that our ultimate duty is to the people, to justice, and to the continual development of our nation. So I thank you all, and may the spirit of Gani Fawehinmi continue to guide us in all our endeavors as legal practitioners. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honorable, the Attorney General of Lagos State and the Commissioner for Justice, Mr. Lawal Pedro, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. I will now yield to the Chairman of the Nigerian Bar Association, Ikeja Branch, for a very, very important function.
Thank you. His Highness, the Sarkin Kano, the lead speaker, President Nigerian Bar Association, and the Honorable Attorney General, everyone has alluded to the fact that we are lawyers and what are we doing to replicate some of the things that the icon, the sage, did in his lifetime? Just as we have said, as has been said by the lead speaker, pointing at Mr. Femi Falana, senior advocate, there are other lawyers too who are very rich, sir. Not in terms of materialism, but the footprints that they have left on the sands of time. Unfortunately, we lost one of those last year. And on an occasion like this, if we don't mind, I would like everyone to stand up so we can pay a minute of respect to the soul of the departed Adeshino Ogunlano, popularly known as Sheruba. This was a lawyer who was very, very entrenched in human rights activism, such that he did not even do land, he did not take up deed of assignment to represent lawyers to prepare agreements for land and all that. It was strictly about human rights and human rights. May we observe a minute of silence. May the soul of Adeshino, Ademola Ogunlano, and all such human rights activists who have gone on to the great beyond rest in perfect peace. Amen.
Thank you very much. Before we go on to the other items on the agenda, we would like to take a photo order, please. The first group picture that will be taken, we would like to invite His Highness, please, to come forward. The representative of the Governor of Lagos State, the Attorney General, please come forward. The President of MBA, Mazi, please come forward. The Chairman of MBA Ikeja, Mr. Quadri, please remain on stage. And the Chairman of the Gani Fawehinmi Planning Committee 2025. This is the first set to take pictures, and we'll call orders. No, this set first. After this set. This is the press picture. It can't be more than 5.
They will bring the Vice President now to join the next one.
Yes.
Maybe to Mrs. Bola to me. Or should I just...
After this one. This first picture.
Please remain. Please remain. Thank you very much. Please remain. To join the photograph now is the Vice President, second Vice President of the NBA, Mrs. Bola Tumi and Nima Shaun. Thank you for coming. And then the discussants, please. The discussants and the moderator, please, to join the photograph. You may want to step back a bit, Your Highness. No, back instead, so that people can use the stairs instead. Okay. The back. It's fine. I must mention that the program is not over. We have only finished the first section. May I now invite the panelists can now step back to their seats. May I now invite learned senior advocates of Nigeria in the room to please join Your Highness, Mr. President, Mr. Attorney General, Mr. Chairman. Can we have learned senior advocates of Nigeria that are in the hall? Learned senior advocates of Nigeria to join His Highness, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Attorney General. Immediately after that, may I humbly invite the members of the Gani Fawehinmi family. The SANs will take their seats immediately after this shot, and then members of the Fawehinmi family will come. Dr. Idiat, Mrs. Basirat, please come after the SAN step down from the photograph.
Can the members of the family please join immediately after the SANs are done? Thank you very much, our SANs. Thank you very much. Thank you. The members of the family, His Excellency, sir, please remain. Members of the family, please join the picture. The chairman, yes, sir, please remain. The chairman of MBA Keja, please join. MBA president, please remain. Mazi Afam Osigwe, please remain. Join the family. Mazi Afam, the MBA president, please join this picture. Thank you very much. The executive committee of the MBA Keja, please join. Please join His Excellency and the representative of the governor of Lagos State. The executive committee, I can see Ganiat, she's not here, Please join this picture. Executive committee of the MBA Keja. The MBA president, okay, he's joined.
Attorney General, you are supposed to be in this picture, sir. Yes. Yes, Mr. Thank you very much. The organizing committee will now join His Highness, the Attorney General, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. Yes. Organizing committee members, very quickly, we need to continue with the program and we cannot keep His Highness, Mr. President, Mr. Attorney General, and Mr. Chairman waiting, please. Let's have members of the planning committee join. We will have some members of the civil societies come join immediately after now. So, but can we have all past chairmen? We have former chairman of the NBA Ikeja branch. Former chairman, all past chairmen after the committee, please. All past chairmen of Ikeja branch. All past chairmen of Ikeja branch, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All past chairman, Mr. Attorney General, Your Highness, Mr. President, please, we have too much pictures. All past chairmen, are they there? Then can we have members of the civil societies? This is the last picture now. The last picture. Your Highness, this is the last picture. Kindly use the stairs. Kindly use the stairs. You can squat. Can we have one or two ushers coordinate this? This is a general picture. Can we just have this now? Members of the civil society groups, please just squat. Use the stairs in front of His Highness. Can we have ushers to arrange this photograph, please? Mr. President, Mr. Attorney General, His Highness. Mr. Showore, you are supposed to be in this picture now. Mr. Showore, on special request. Mr. Moyele Showore. Thank you very much. We now have to release His Highness. Can we all go back to our seats so that our guests can leave the stage? Can we all go back to our seats? Please leave our guests on the stage. Can we just go back to our seats? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, let's go back to our seats. Let's go back to our seats, please. We need to release His Highness at this time, Dr. Khalifa Muhammad Sanusi II, CON, Saraki Kano. Can we please resume our seats and clear the aisle? Thank you very much.
We still have other items on our program. We have We would like to recognize the former chairman of MBA Keja, Mr. Dele Oloke. You're welcome, sir. Very welcome, sir. Please, we are continuing with the program, and we are continuing with the program. The program is not yet over, and we are going into the next segment, which will be coordinated by Miss Rosamond Phil Otihiwe. Miss Rosamond Phil Otihiwe, please.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Your Highness, our learned senior advocates, and of course, our judges and juries, thank you so much. It's been such a powerful session. As we make our way back to our seats, I'm happy to be coordinating this session. So please, let's, within the next 1 minute, try to make it back to our seats. We have a very engaging session, so please, in 1 minute, please let's make it back to our seats. Thank you very much. The program hasn't come to an end yet. We are right now at the session of the Gani that I know. And so if you've ever wanted to understand what it felt like to interact with the enigma called Gani Fawehinmi, SAM, GCON in real life, please make sure that you are well seated so that we can move to this session. Please, we have 1 minute to just quickly make it back to our seats. Thank you very much for your time. We are very, very mindful of your time as well. So please, let's do well to be seated as we move to this session. Thank you very much as we make our way down back to our seats. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the bar of the bench, thank you very much. Thank you. We have, I think, 30 more seconds to just try to round off and get back to our seats. All right, thank you very much. Standing on all observed protocol, my name is Rosamond Phil Otihiwe, and I am privileged to be the moderator for this session. A quick recap and a quick sprint as to what this session entails. We'll be having the distinct honor and privilege of listening to the stories of great men and women who have encountered the enigma Gani Fawehinmi, SAM, GCON. And so I will be making a call to the podium, our distinguished guests, to speak in 3 to 4 minutes their experiences with the learned senior advocate of the masses, of the nation, and of course of the people. And I would start with, in no particular order, but observing the protocol of our senior advocates here in present. Please, as we call our names of those who will be coming to the podium, please let's put a round of applause for them as they will come to speak to us in the next 3 minutes. Please let's make welcome to the platform Mr. Olumuyiwa Akingboro, SAN, who was a former secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association. Thank you. Can we put our hands together? Is he in the room? Can we put our hands together as he comes to speak and say some words in honor of our enigma? Is he here? Okay, please, keep putting your hands together till he comes to the platform. Please, let's put our hands together. Thank you very much for 3 minutes. Thank you.
The chairman, Nigeria Bar Association, Ikeja branch, I can't see my president again, but in absentia, the president of Nigeria Bar Association, Masia Famusigwe, I hope he's around. The family of the late sage, Chief Gani Fawehinmi, SAM. I noticed that not many people remember that he was, before he became SAN, given and crowned the senior advocate of the masses. My lords in the house, my colleagues, gentlemen of the press, let me begin by expressing my gratitude to the leadership, elders and members of the Nigeria Bar Association Ikeja branch for inviting me to this 24th Fawehinmiism to talk on the topic, the Gali I know. I also want to thank the MBA Ikeja branch for their commitment to keeping alive the memory and legacy of Chief Gani Fawehinmi, SAM, LLD, SAM, through this symposium since 2005. I want to say without a heart of doubt that it is an honor well deserved and well bestowed on a well-deserving great legal icon. I am happier that this symposium started while Chief Gani Fawehinmi was alive. We know in our society, people are hardly celebrated or appreciated during their lifetime. But I would say, honor is sweeter when you are alive, for you to witness real people, from real appreciation from real people, touched by your actions and belief. Gani, through this symposium, witnessed people celebrate him for what he was able to do for the common man, the legal profession, the nation. For this, we hold the branch a lifetime debt of gratitude. They say, carve your name on heart and not on tombstone. What we leave behind is not what is engraved on tomb monuments, but what is woven into the hearts of others. Living a life of legacy is to leave footprints in the lives of others by making positive impact wherever we find ourselves. But then, to be celebrated while alive by others we touch their lives is the best feeling. Chief Gani Fawehinmi lived a life of full legacy and impact, and that is the reason we continue to celebrate him till today and beyond. Talking about impact and legacy, many people may not know that Chief Gani Fawehinmi made provision in his will for annual monetary allocation to support Ikeja branch for the organization of this symposium, which is why Fawehinmiism is as held annually without failing. That is the Gani that I know. An intentional man, a visionary, a voice-sighted sage, an institution, a scholar, a fearless advocate, a human rights champion, a philanthropist, a leader, a mentor, a man of faith, and a family man. Indeed, Gani that I know was a man of many parts, a very rounded man. The Gani that I know was a selfless man who was always motivated to do things he did for the best interest of the greater majority of persons. One of the example is his contribution to the development of law reporting in Nigeria. Of course, everybody knows that Chief Gani Fawehinmi founded Nigeria Law Publications Limited, the publishers of Nigeria Weekly Law Reports, NWLR, but not many people knew the reason he decided to start law reports publication. According to Gani, he was driven to start law reporting in Nigeria due to his desire to make judgment of the Supreme Court of Nigeria easily accessible and reachable to every legal practitioner, contrary to what hitherto obtained, where it is only for a privileged few. Today, Gani's Nigeria Weekly Law Report is the most cited law report by lawyers in Nigeria. The Nigeria Weekly Law Report simplified law reporting while also maintaining a high standard of excellence. He set out to liberalize access to judgment of Nigeria highest courts, and he achieved it. Not only that he delivered that goal, but he made it of such a standard that it has become a pride to the legal profession in Nigeria. Honorable Justice Emmanuel Olayinka Ayola GSC retired, and the 25th anniversary of Nigeria Weekly Law Report had it to say about NWLR. My Lord said that the NWLR has blazed the trail, obeyed the trail by being in existence for more than 25 years, as much hope and cause of optimism, and give as much hope and cause for optimism about the future of reporting in Nigeria. The NWLR has no doubt in the past 25 years surmounted innumerable challenges. Today, it has become a national heritage of which Nigerian legal community and indeed the nation should be proud of. Every legal community and indeed the nation should be very proud. Everybody should be, everything should be done done by a grateful nation and an appreciative legal profession to ensure that NWLR not only survive beyond the next quarter of a century, but also it maintain its standard of excellence. Those were the comments of my Lord, Justice Ayola. The Gani that I know was a patriot. He loved Nigeria, and that was the heart of his struggle. All he fought for was the emergence of a better Nigeria, where rule of law, justice, equity, and fairness are upheld at all times. He decided to have a functional nation, where the interests of a common man will also be taken into consideration and adequately protected, where the machineries of state are deployed for service to the citizen and not to oppress them. In Nigeria, where those responsible for running our public institutions are held accountable for their actions or inactions. Those were the issues at the root of his struggle. And it became more glaring when you consider the kind of cases he took on and prosecuted on behalf of people, either defended pro bono. Whether it is student of University of Ibadan that he defended in 1971 at the Tribunal of Inquiry, the expert student of University of Maiduguri, whose case is successfully pursued up to the Supreme Court and had them recalled, or the expert student union of the Obafemi Awolowo University, whose cases he pursued in court and won. One can clearly see that at the heart of his fight was his desire for the enthronement of rule of law and justice in Nigeria. It was never for any personal gain or aggrandizement, but out of zeal and desire to see Nigeria work for the benefit of Nigerians. Many times, when I reflect on our present situation as a people, the situation of our country, the kind of impunity and sacrilegious act that are perpetrated by some public officials against Nigerians and our institution, the state of our judiciary and our justice delivery system, the state of the economy and our seeming helplessness, the near collapse of security in our land, and the very bleak hope that things will get better. I pause to ask myself, what will Gani have done? Because I know that his love for the country will not allow him to keep quiet and watch injustice perpetrated or rule of law truncated. The Gani that I know will have reminded all of us that, and the powers that be, that the primary purpose of government is the welfare of his people. The Gani that I know will not be quiet when the Chief Justice of Nigeria was unlawfully removed from office. Perhaps such impunity might not have even occurred, for the fear of Gani was the beginning of wisdom. Impunity, recklessness, abuse of power will never slide under Gani's watch without being greeted with fierce resistance and protest. The Gani that I know who have stood up strongly to defend citizens' right to peaceful assembly and protest, and we may never have witnessed the ugly situation that occurred at the Lekki toll gate, because Gani himself would have been there and definitely wouldn't have tolerated any abuse of the rights of armed citizens exercising their constitutional right to peaceful assembly. The Gani that I know will be turning in his grave at the revelation of the monumental fraud perpetrated against the nation by some government officials in the sham called Nigeria here. Such was Gani's love for Nigeria. Gani was the conscience of the nation and the gadfly that constantly kept public office holders in check and begged them to be alive to their responsibility. Because of Gani's patriotism and his desire to see Nigeria transform into a democratic nation that works for a citizen, he started his political activities that led to the formation of his party, the National Consensus Party, under whose platform he contested the 2003 presidential election. Although he did not win the said election, he nevertheless made a lasting impact as he successfully challenged INEC's refusal to register political parties who had complied with the constitutional requirements for registration in the case of INEC and another, versus Musa and another, 2003 citation supplied. The Gani that I know was a family man. He was a husband, a father, who took care of his family while he was alive, and even in death, he left a great legacy for his family. He trained his children to become qualified professionals. I've read Gani's will, which is in public domain, and the provision he made therein can only be made by somebody who is a great family man. I could see a man who has family at his heart and thinks for them, even in the minutest details. He made detailed provision for his wife, his children, his siblings, and even his late parents for their memorials. Indeed, Gani ticked all the boxes of what a complete man ought to be. He demonstrated what he considered the welfare of family to be of paramount importance. So as we speak and mark this 21st Fawehinmiism to celebrate Chief Gani Fawehinmi SAN, it is an opportunity to us to reflect on his life, his struggle, his dream to have a better society where the right and freedom of every citizen is safeguarded. It is also an opportunity for us to commit to advance those causes he fought for and to continue to build an egalitarian society where justice, fairness, and people's rights are guaranteed. Gani has done his part. He lived a positive life and has gone home to rest. We will all die. Nobody will live forever. But we should strive to create something that will. Every life leaves a footprint in the sands of time. But the deepest and most lasting impressions are made by those who live with purpose and passion. The Gani that I know was a man of purpose and with great passion for anything just and good. Finally, as the Russian proverb says, you live as long as you are remembered. I will pray and I will say that may the memory of Gani Fawehinmi SAN, LLD, SAM, live and be remembered forever and forever in our hearts. Thank you very much.
Please let's put our hands together. That was such a beautiful memorial of the one and only Chief Gani Fawehinmi SAN. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please let's celebrate. Thank you very much. So I will be calling the next speaker, and I will be calling them in quick succession. So please, when you hear a name, please just do me the honors of coming to the high table because we want to round this off as soon as possible. Just a gentle reminder, we are not yet done. Each of the speakers will be speaking for a period of 3 to 4 minutes. And so I will be calling to the platform. And once I call their names, please put your hands together. We're going to be calling Wahab Shitu SAN. Please, can you celebrate and put your hands together? Thank you very much, sir, as you make your way to the platform. And I would also be calling Mrs. Professor Foluke Dada Lawan Singh. Can we put our hands together? Thank you, sir. Please, any of the chairs. Thank you. And we'll also be making welcome to the platform the former chairman, NBA Lagos branch, Mr. Omoyemi Akongbe, SAN. Thank you very much, sir, for coming with us. And also, we will be making welcome Mr. Ebun-Olu Adegborua, SAN. Please, let's put our hands together. Thank you very much, sir. We would also be making welcome to the platform the former chairman of the NBA branch, Ikorodu, Mr. Nuruddin Ogbara. Please, let's put our hands together. Thank you very much for coming with us. Okay, I believe they will be here soon. And also, we're also going to be making to the platform the former editor-in-chief of the Nigerian Weekly Law Report, Mr. Ayo Olariwaju. Please, let's put our heads together. Thank you very much as you join us on the platform. Thank you very much. So now I would be making I apologize, sir. Please, let's make welcome as Mr. Wahab Shitu comes to speak and give us his personal experience or encounter of the Gani that I know. Please, let's put our hands together. Thank you very much, sir.
Please permit me to stand on all existing protocols. I'll just go straight to the point. Our eminent guests, colleagues, members, my paper is circulated and I guess everybody has a copy. Eminent guests, colleagues, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am obsessed with the person of late Chief Gani Fawehinmi because of what he stood for in our collective consciousness. In discussing this enigma, I'm reminded of two famous quotes, one attributed to his person and the other to Christopher Sapara Williams, the man I judge to be the first Nigerian lawyer in our collective history. Christopher Sapara Williams said, and I quote, "A lawyer lives in the direction of his people and the advancement of the cause of his country." While Gani also famously declared, "Stand up for what is right, even if we are standing alone." A round of applause. The lifestyle of the Gani that I know exemplified these ideas, and in my view, provided a guide for what the Nigerian lawyer should embody in character and disposition. So the question to ask is, what kind of lawyer are you? Are you the type of Gani Fawehinmi, a lawyer of Ghanai's orientation, who is obsessed with the theory of change, or you are a lawyer who lies defending the interests of the oppressors, those who are obsessed with the theory of forestalling change? Gani is the leader of lawyers who are obsessed with the theory of what? Change. Gani was not only principled, but also consistently consistent in his avowed principles. He was uncomfortable with our decadent society, particularly the attitude of the dominant corrupt elements of our ruling elites. He believed these corrupt elements in the political, economic, and social spheres stole our land, stole our liberty, stole our wealth, stole our heritage, stole our freedom, stole our commonwealth, stole our heritage. Just 4 minutes? No problem. Impoverish, ignorant, and make us helpless. For Gani, this kind of system was intolerable and had to be fought against relentlessly without compromise and with an unyielding adherence to principle. I'm told I'm giving 4 minutes. So I will just highlight some key areas. Now, the first thing to note, in my own view, and I have no regret for saying this, Gani remains the greatest lawyer that has ever lived in this country. I have no apology for that. Gani remains the greatest lawyer, not because he was the richest, no, but on the index of applying the law to satisfy the common good, Gani has no rival. Gani was controversial, yes, but controversial in the positive sense because he was a great man. History does not record the achievements of any great man of vision and dynamism without some comments of controversy. So if you say Gani was controversial, yes, he was, but controversial in the positive sense. Again, Gani will not bribe any judge. Yes, Gani will not bribe any judge. So if you are a lawyer in this hall who is always cutting corners, trying to influence the course of justice by inducing our judicial officers, you do not belong to Gani school of thought. Gani will never bribe any judge. Again, Gani's life embodied total sacrifice. In the words of Abraham Lincoln, the worthiness of life is reflected in the sacrifice you make to mankind. If one dies in the process, he becomes a martyr. Gani was a martyr. Many lawyers have lived in this country. Many lawyers have died in this country. How many of them I remember today? 15 years after Gani's death, he is still celebrated. He is still remembered. Don't let me waste your time. I crave your indulgence to let us rise and give Gani a round of applause. Please rise. Solidarity forever. We shall always stand. Please sit down. Because Gani that I know deserves this kind of celebration. Gani, the lawyer. Gani, the social conscience. Gani lives forever. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that beautiful rendition of our one and only Petra Gani. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So we're going to be moving next to the next speaker, but please allow me to... Thank you very much. I will be bringing up, I wish to apologize. We'll be bringing up Mr. Richard Akinola. Apologies, I skipped this earlier. Please, let's put our hands together as we welcome Mr. Richard Akinola to join us on the platform. We apologize. Please, for our next speakers, let's try to keep this in 5 minutes. Thank you very much. And, apologies, sir. Thank you very much, sir. We'll be bringing up to the platform to speak for the next 5 minutes Professor Foluke Dada Lawansin. Please let's put our heads together. I'm excited to hear about the Enigma Gani Fawehinmi SAN. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, learned senior advocates, my learned colleagues, gentlemen of the press, and every distinguished personality here. For me as a woman, I like to bring a different perspective to the Gani that we know. I remember very well as a young girl growing up in Ikorodu, Lagos State. I remember my father talking so much about Gani Fawehinmi. And Gani Fawehinmi was a man that everybody listened to, whether you liked it or not. My father, who was not a lawyer, loved him so much that he inspired me to be a lawyer. With the likes of Gani Fawehinmi, my father would sit at the very junction of our street, talking to the late Professor Awojobi, talking about issues happening in the country and how Gani Fawehinmi would deal with it, how Professor Awojobi then would deal with it. And then he reminded me that as a young woman, your place is not in the kitchen. Your place is out there. You are to go out and study and learn the things of life, particularly strive to be a lawyer so that you can stand tall one day, hold the mic and speak to the conscience of people. And to God, that is what I've been doing. As a teacher, as a lawyer, I have always tried to emulate some of the lessons, important lessons of life that Gani so taught in his life. The Gani that I know then is a fighter, or he was a fighter, but I really want to talk about him as though he was alive, because we are celebrating him now, and we know this is a very great thing to do because of what Gani Fawehinmi stood for. Gani was the fighter, the motivator, the father, the husband, and the national hero who we so gather here to celebrate. Chief Gani Fawehinmi was a very prominent Nigerian who, as a lawyer, dedicated his life to fighting for justice. He was so vocal that he didn't need lawyers only to listen to him. I remember when he was addressed at the senior advocate of the masses, and I asked my parents then, why would you be a senior advocate of the masses and not a senior advocate of Nigeria? And I remember vividly then I said, he has done so much more than the people called senior advocates of Nigeria. And I thought as a young girl that he should be given the honor and he didn't need to fight for it. But then nothing good comes easy. He had to fight for it. Eventually, they saw reason and gave him what he so deserved. Fawehinmi's ideology was shaped by his experiences. And those experiences gave him the ability to mentor those around him and even away from him. People far away from him were mentored from across the country. His legacy is one of courage. The Gani Fawehinmi that I know is the one that persevered. He had an unwavering commitment to justice. And he was a true champion of the people. His work continues to inspire some of us and motivate us even to be activists in our fields. And as I go around the country doing what I do best, I speak to the young ones. And I would like to end this conversation, because I see the moderator around me, by encouraging the young ones to stand up and be inspired by the work or the works of Gani Fawehinmi. It's an inspiration for activism. As a champion of the people, Fawehinmi was a champion for the poor and the marginalized. Young Nigerians who are concerned about social and economic inequality should emulate him and seek to do what they need to do across the board to ensure that the poor people are never marginalized. And the importance of the rule of law is key young people must believe that everyone, regardless of their status, should be equal before the law. And this message is particularly important for young people in Nigeria where the rule of law is often disregarded. Now, to the young ones, it is important to study the Fawehinmi works and the life of Fawehinmi so that we can learn valuable lessons for fighting for justice. Now, I want to say also that young ones must join all the available initiatives that where they can actually come up and contribute their quota. Importantly, join human rights organizations. And in doing this, the CSOs who fight for human rights, social justice, and good governance should also encourage the young ones to be partners in progress. And they can use their voices because we just heard about the population of Nigeria. I think Dr. Akiode alluded to that when she said that the Nigerian population is very youthful. We know that. So please, the CSOs should actually work with the young Nigerians so that we can really appreciate all the legacies that Gani Fawehinmi has put in place for us. Gani Fawehinmi, to me, is that motivation that I am here today as a lawyer. Gani Fawehinmi is that father that ensured that his legacies are still intact. And I am intrigued mostly by the will that Gani Fawehinmi left. The way he really cared for everybody around him is second to none. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much for that beautiful expression. I have been told that I will be calling upon Mr. Ayo Olariwaju, who is the editor-in-chief of Nigerian Weekly Law Reports. Please, let's put our hands together. And please, let's put our hands together. Come on. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, the moderator, before you go, you see, I sympathize with you when you tell the gentleman and the lady here to speak for only 3 to 4 minutes about Chief Gani Fawehinmi. You have a collection of people that if you give them 40 minutes, it will not be enough to say what they know about Chief Gani Fawehinmi. As for me, I worked closely with Chief Gani Fawehinmi for 23 years. And for those 23 years, I saw him every day of the week, except those few occasions when Chief Gani Fawehinmi had to travel out of the country for one reason or the other. So you can imagine, if you want me to really speak about Gani, you have to give me 23 years to be able to do that. But by the way, I still work for Gani. And like somebody alluded here, Gani is not dead. Because what Gani left behind is still impacting on the lives of lawyers and Nigerians. So I will, in order to make your job easy, I will only speak about the philosophy that drove Chief Gani Fawehinmi's actions. One of our friends, Dr. Shitu, has mentioned one of them. In those days, for those of you that came to the Gani Fawehinmi chambers in Antony Village, when you get to the entrance of the chambers, there was a big, bold board written there. And that is why it was written. Stand up for what is right, even if you are standing alone. No one entered that chambers without seeing that. And I recall there was a day that one of the past, the ambassador, one of the United States ambassadors to Nigeria, what's the name of that? Walter Carrington, yes. Walter Carrington, you know, he was a lawyer. He came to the chambers and I was there. And he was about to enter the chambers. He looked up and he saw that inscription and he read it loud. Stand up for what is right, even if you are standing alone. And Carrington said, he said, when I was growing up, I wish to be that somebody like Gani is the person I wish to be when I was growing up as a young man in America. That philosophy, as simple as it looks, is what drove Gani throughout everything he did. The second philosophy is action, action, action. Once Gani decided that what I see is not right, he was not content to sit down to criticize. He took actions. And some of those actions, I will share with us some of them. You see, Gani regarded law as a moral tool. And aside from his unrivaled knowledge of the law, Gani approached law from a moral angle, and to him, what is right must be just. If any case came to the chambers, the first question that Gani will ask is this right? Then we have to look for the justness of the case. We never approach any case from what the law said about it. The first question is, what has happened? Is it right? Then we go to look for the law that will back up the conclusion that what I've just witnessed is not right. So, because of the action that he took, Gani changed the law in many ways through the instrumentality of the law. You know, I get amused these days when, you sit down in front of the television or you listen to the radio and they describe somebody who say is a constitutional lawyer, human rights activist, and they begin to talk and blab and talk almost every day on television. And the question I ask is, when you say somebody is a constitutional lawyer and is a human rights activist, I'm a law publisher, I'm a law reporter. How many cases? Ask him, how many constitutional cases has he done? Where is his footprints in the constitutional law? And I don't see them. I report all judgments of the Supreme Court of Nigeria to Nigerian Weekly Law Reports. I don't see most of those that appear. And they come and say they are human rights activists like Gani. They are not Gani. They may parody Gani, but Gani will never come and talk about constitutional law without taking an action. And this is what he did. Some of those cases have become monumental cases in our law reports that lawyers will rely upon today. A lot of us will remember the case of Garba and University of Maiduguri. That was the case in which the students were rusticated and expelled from the University of Maiduguri. I think Professor Ango Abdullahi was there. He was the vice chancellor then. And Senator Kanu, former governor of Abia State, he was one of the students. He was the one working for the university. And the students were rusticated. And when they came to the chambers, Gani said, no, this was unfair to them. They were not given the fair hearing. And we went to court. That became the famous case of Garba and University of Maiduguri. And the funny part of life is that we won the case in the Supreme Court, and the court ordered that the students be returned to the campus. Years later, when Chief Gani Fawehinmi was arrested and was taken to Geshua prison, and he fell ill in the prison, and he was taken to the local hospital. One of the students that was among those that were rusticated and returned to school to complete their education was one Dr. Okon Akiba. By then, he had become a medical doctor, and he was working in the hospital where Gani was taken to. And when he saw Gani, Gani couldn't even remember him. He said, Chief Gani Fawehinmi, my name is Okon Akiba. Akiba became an international medical personnel representing international organizations, both in Nigeria and abroad. And he told Chief, he said, look, for as long as you remain in this Geshua, you are going to be in this hospital. And my wife will continue to bring food for you in the hospital. How many of us will not remember the case of Fawehinmi and Akilu, the Delegiwa case? Chief Gani Fawehinmi was not a relative of Delegiwa. He was just a friend, and Delegiwa believed in Gani's ideals. And when he was killed by a Pasu bomb, Gani determined that I will fight and get to the end of this, even at the cost to his personal life. When the case got to the Supreme Court, it expanded the law on local standing. And the Supreme Court said, when it comes to the issue of crime in Nigeria, everybody is his brother's keeper. Because the question they asked was, what was Gani's role there? He was not a relative, he was not a brother, he was not a member of the family. But that law was set down in Fawehinmi and Akilu, part 67, that when it comes to the law of crime in Nigeria, everybody is his brother's keeper. How about the case of Balarabe Musa and INEC? In the Fourth Republic, INEC decided to recognize only 6 political parties. And Gani said, no. Under the Constitution, everybody has a right of association. And we went to court and challenged it up to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court said, no, you cannot regulate the number of political parties. Everybody can set up any political party they like. Let the people of Nigeria decide at the polls who they want to vote for. There is one case that we should remind ourselves here. And you see, most of these cases were public interest cases. These were real constitutional cases. The case of Fawehinmi and President of Federal Republic of Nigeria. That was the time Dr. Okonjo-Iweala was brought from the World Organization to come and be a Minister of Finance in Nigeria under Obasanjo. And the government decided to pay Dr. Okonjo-Iweala the sum of $247,000 as a salary. At the same time, the government brought Ambassador Olufemi Adeniji, and he was paid a salary of $120,000. At that time, under the law in Nigeria, the salary of a minister was about 784,000 naira. And Gani looked at it and said, no, this is not right, and I'm not going to accept this. So we went to court. The High Court dismissed the case and said the government can pay whoever they wish in any currency they like. We got to the Court of Appeal, and the Court of Appeal upheld the submission of Chief Gani Fawehinmi and said that the currency of Nigeria is the naira, and anybody who wishes to work in Nigeria must be paid in the local currency of Nigeria, no matter how much you are earning in anywhere, in any part of the world. And you know, the remarkable thing is that all those public interest cases, they were all done pro bono. Gani did not charge any fees for them. And there are so many other ways in which Gani impacted our society through his positive activism. This my interest lawyers to know that the Nigerian Weekly Law Report that we read today was born out of a protest. And how did it happen? There used to be a time in Nigeria when there was a clique of very few lawyers who only had access to Supreme Court judgments when they were delivered. In those days, the Supreme Court was in Lagos and they delivered their judgments on Fridays. Once they finished delivering their judgments, there were 6 senior lawyers that only had access to those judgments. Before the judgments are published by the official government publisher, it will have taken about 2 years. So only those small clique of lawyers had access to the current state of the law. So when they get to the High Court, the Court of Appeal, and you, as an innocent lawyer, you're arguing and done your research, they tell you, look, my lord, the law has changed about 3 weeks ago. And they look at it, they open their jacket and they bring out the latest position of the law. Gani said no. And Chief Gani Fawehinmi went through the whole country and he decided to gather signatures of lawyers in protest that judgments of the Supreme Court of Nigeria was the property of every Nigerian as stated in the Constitution. It took a long time for it to succeed until one of the Justice Tasim Elias became the Chief Justice of Nigeria. And he said, as from today, the judgments of the Supreme Court of Nigeria will be given to every Nigerian on the payment of 50 kobo for the copy. And that was how the Nigerian Weekly Law Reports started in 1985. And talking about Nigerian Weekly Law Reports, there are 2 remarkable things that we must know Gani Fawehinmi, through his activism, did something that is very rare. The Nigerian Weekly Law Report is remarkable in two very distinct ways. The first is that, as of today, it is the longest running law report in Africa. And on the 1st of October 2024, Nigerian Weekly Law Report is going to be 40 years in publication. Continuous, non-stop publication for 40 years. The Nigerian Bar Association is going to be a part of the celebration. We are going to celebrate it. And the second aspect of it is that Chief Gani Fawehinmi has been away from us for the past 16 years. The Nigerian Weekly Law Reports continue to be published and to go stronger and stronger. There is no other project by any Nigerian that is dead that it keeps going like that. So, well, I told you. You see, every year when we gather to talk about Chief Gani Fawehinmi, we should not stop at talking about what Chief Gani Fawehinmi has done in the past only. We should ask ourselves every year, what if? What if? The question should be, today, what if Gani were alive? What will Gani be doing? That is what we as lawyers should be doing. Gani Fawehinmi will not sit down. He will not come here to just talk. Gani Fawehinmi walked the talk. Gani Fawehinmi put action into his talks. Gani Fawehinmi will go to court to challenge the removal of fuel subsidy. Gani Fawehinmi will go to court to litigate the massive corruption that we have now in Nigeria. And, well, let me spare you. And I also wish to appeal to the Nigerian Bar Association. I wish the president of the Nigerian Bar Association is here. I think Nigeria desires that there should be a course, an academic course in the universities, faculties of law, universities in Nigeria, to be titled Gani or Fawehinmiism. So the ideals of Gani, the philosophy of Gani, I think should be taught in the law faculties of Nigerian universities. And to end my little discourse, I wish to share with us what Chief Gani Fawehinmi himself, what he said in 2008, just about a year before he left us. And this is what he said. Soon I will be off this planet and 6 feet down in the grave when people will say what they think of me, and I will not be there to react. That is when you will know Gani Fawehinmi. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Please, let's put our hands together. Thank you so much. That was such a very rich dive into history and, of course, the future and what to do about what we have all heard. Please, I would crave the indulgence of my seniors, please, to keep within time. But thank you very, very much. I really sincerely appreciate the time you've gathered and taken to be here with us. I'll be calling now Mr. Omoyemi Akongbe, SAN, who is a former chairman of the MBA Lagos branch. Please, let's put our heads together. And I would put the...
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocols. First of all, I'd like to thank the leadership of the Ikeja branch and the organizing committee for giving me the opportunity to share my views with you about the late Gani Fawehinmi. I will not take too much time. I believe that this kind of conversation should be said from the heart. So because of that, I have not prepared any speech, and I'm not looking at any paper in talking about the late Gani Fawehinmi. I'd like to say a few things, 3 things about the late Gani Fawehinmi. You know, Gani was a man of many parts. There's Gani the father, Gani the lawyer, Gani the activist, and all of that. So I'll take a few aspects of his life that I want to talk about. I'm a student of history. I'm someone that is very passionate and eager to learn about the past. And because of that, I want to take you in this room down memory lane about Gani Fawehinmi. The first thing I want to say is Gani was one person that revolutionized legal practice. Mr. Larry, you mentioned a few things that I want to shed more light on. Gani today is a man who is an embodiment of equity, justice, fairness. Gani fought for the emancipation of Nigerian lawyers from monopolistic practice and oppression that obtained in the early days. In 1963, when the Supreme Court was established, the publications of the law reports, and as lawyers, we cannot overemphasize the need to have law reporting. One of the major sources of our law is case law. And what obtained at the time was that the publications were done by the government. We had the SC that was published by the Supreme Court itself. We had the All NLR that was published by the Federal Ministry of Justice. At the time, we also had the Nigerian Monthly Law Report, which was the first private-owned law publication in which the late Justice Ayola was part of the team. But in the early 70s, there was no longer NMLR. So all we had then was All NLR and the SC. But just like Mr. Olarewaju had said earlier on, it was very scarce. Only a few people got it. And even to get it, it took you up to a year or two. So what obtained then was that in practice, you're in court, you're arguing your case, and, one of the selected few will bring out a law report that had changed your position of the law. And this went on for a very long time in court. Lawyers were being oppressed. Gani didn't like that. He felt there should be equal opportunity for all lawyers. What did Gani do? When Gani was the publicity secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association, which a lot of people today do not know, that Gani used to be the publicity secretary at one time of the Nigerian Bar Association, he used that office to go around, get petitions signed all over Nigeria by lawyers for copies of the Supreme Court judgments to be handed over to lawyers. And that pressure was what gave birth to when Joseph Elias became the CJN, said on the payment of 20 kobo, every Nigerian lawyer can have a judgment of the Supreme Court. Gani did not stop at that. He started the All NLR Digest, which was annotation. And he did that, but wasn't satisfied yet. Until and when he started the Nigerian Weekly Law Report. Today, Gani is no more. Even in his will, he said, my law firm should be shut down, but Nigerian Weekly Law Report should continue, so that every Nigerian lawyer would have an opportunity. Today, Gani has done so much for you and I. He's made the practice of law so easy for you and I. That's Gani on one part. Another part of Gani that I like to speak about is Gani's battles. Everybody that has gone through the law report that knew Gani in his days would know that the fiercest rival of Gani in those days was the late Chief F.R.A. Williams. But one thing to learn about Gani is that Gani's battles were never personal. Gani, in spite of all these battles with Chief Williams, when the All NLR came out digest, Gani wrote a copy to Chief Williams and said to the Africa's greatest lawyer. That's one. Two, if you look at part 895, when Chief Williams became 60 years at the bar, Gani did a dedication to Chief Williams. That's to show you that as lawyers, our battles are never personal. That's one thing we should learn from Gani Fawehinmi today. Now, the third thing I want to say about the late Gani was his decorum in court. I appeared in court one day when Chief Gani was in court. And the manner in which Gani addressed the court was so impressive. At every time Gani called the court, my lord, he bowed. Every time he mentioned the court, he bowed. I got so tired, is Chief going to stop bowing today? But that is the standard, decorum, that as lawyers we should give when we're in court. So this man is an embodiment of justice, of equality, of fairness. And there's a lot to learn about him and from him. Now, I leave this stage asking you the question. Definitely, we're all not going to live forever. But what should be said about you when you are no more? I, as a person, I believe in changing. I believe in making the field better than I met it. If you are a lawyer who is an establishment person, who is a yes person, you are not Gani and you don't represent Gani. Now everybody go away and think about this. What should be said about me when I'm no more? That is the essence of today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will not all live forever, but what will you be remembered for when you are gone? Thank you very much. We are going to now be bringing Mr. Nuruddin Ogbara, the former chairman of the MBA Ikorodu branch. Please let's put our hands together as he speaks to us in, I know, hard 5 minutes, but thank you. Please let's put our hands together.
Learned Sikh, learned senior, learned colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Professor Kukuola, I especially greet you, sir. You are welcome. I'm going to talk about the Gani I know. I have 20 bullets, but I'm afraid I will just reduce it to 5 and talk about 5 and leave the rest. And the first I will talk about is knowing Gani before knowing and meeting Gani. And I think that was because while we were in the secondary school, he didn't talk, and we were in a state of, Maslow state of tabula rasa. We didn't know what we were going to do. And then suddenly we had a class teacher who was introduced to us and started asking us what we wanted to be, you know, after secondary school. And I told him I wanted to be a Fuji musician like Lady Barrister. And he said, why? I said, well, as far as I'm concerned, he said, no, Nuruddin, you shouldn't. You should be like Gani. I said, Gani? Who is Gani? So it was my class teacher who introduced to me Chief Gani Fawehinmi. He told me about him, how, you know, nationalistic, patriotic, selfless, and struggling, anti-justice rather. You know, a lawyer, a legal practitioner who was always fighting for people to get justice. And I showed interest, you know, in Gani from that time upward. Interestingly, I think that my teacher has also become a lawyer. Because after becoming a lawyer, I said, look, Oga, you should also become a lawyer, and he's also a lawyer. And he was not alone in that particular crusade. I also have other, you know, teachers in the secondary school who also encouraged me to read law. I think one of them is around Mr. Pius Emelufon. So, Mr. Pius, please stand up for recognition. That is one of my teachers in secondary school. Mr. Pius Emelufon taught me economics. Please help me give him a round of applause. Yes, they are the one who eventually added me over to Professor Kukuola at Ife. So they encouraged me to do law. I did law, became a lawyer. That is the one important thing. That is my first meeting, point of knowing Gani. I think the second point was after getting to Ife, to read law. I had gone to LASU. I was reading economics, but I didn't derive any satisfaction. So 300 level, I had to call it quit. I went to Ife without any regret. So when I got to Ife, a lot of story, including the famous Ghanicidal issue by Gigi Dara. But again, I want to leave all that so that we read to see. The important thing is that while we were in Ife, I got involved in student unionism, just like Dr. Abiola Akeode mentioned. Self-Pikin, you are still around? Yes, Self-Pikin was the welfare officer. Bamidele Aturu was our leader in the student union those days. And Big Sam, Bolu Adegborua was also part of us. As at that time, we were expelled. 60 of us, members of Central Executive Council, members of Student Representative Council. 60 of us, we were expelled, just like that. What happened? Dr. Ruben Abati has given the background. It was during the anti-SARP protest. We were saying that, no, these policies were questionable, they were not acceptable. And then the response we got was expulsion without committing any offense. Predictably, Chief Gani Fawehinmi took up the gauntlet, having been contacted by Professor Demola Kukuola, Professor Lorede, Dr. Dikwa Fashina, and other progressive lecturers at Ife. And he took up the case without collecting a kobo from us. In fact, not only that he didn't collect a dime from us, he was also giving us food. And each time the case was coming up, he would bring transport for us to be able to go to court. But the interesting part of it was that the case Adewale Sadiku and 59 others against the registrar of Afro University and others was first filed. It was a fundamental right action. It was first filed at the Oyo State High Court, Ibadan Division, and it came up before Justice Olugoro, if I'm not mistaken. And then the application was drafted in such a way that after applying for leave, the second leg of the prayer was an order praying the court to allow the leave to stay, to operate as a stay of all action by allowing the applicants to go back to school. The learned juries granted the first prayer but refused the second one. We were demoralized. I remember the late Bamidele Aturu immediately called us that we should approach Chief and tell him to discontinue this suit and file at Ife. We agree with him. And when we told Chief, Chief immediately agreed with us and said that in fact that action should be discontinued there and then. And the following day, a new fundamental right action was filed at Ile-Ife Division of the High Court. Interestingly, before Honorable Justice Kayode Yudako Obe, and the Lord granted the order, not only leave, but allowing us to go back to campus. That was Chief for you. If you not say because you are young, I have not said anything, you are bringing notice. If you not say because you are young, if you not listening to you, he was very accessible. He will listen to you. If he argue where he doesn't agree with you, perhaps you could convince him. And the moment you give him a point, he develops it and take it up. God bless Chief Gani Fawehinmi. The second point. Thank you. The second bullet I will give is regard to the MBA. When we formed the MBA Ikorodu branch, Chief was a foremost promoter of the branch. He supported us heavily. He was very proud of us. And at the end of the day, he decided to give us all weekly law reports to the MBA Ikorodu branch. And when Chief gave us, we now said, Chief, we appreciate your generosity and your continued fatherly guidance. But we also have a father branch, and we also have a mother branch, namely Lagos and Ikeja branches. And Chief said, who those are, I know where you are going. I'm going to give Lagos and Ikeja. And Chief started giving those two branches as well. That was Chief for you. Now, the third issue was still with the MBA. I think that during the presidency of Shibayo Ojo, after having been appointed as Attorney General of the Federation, there was vacancy in that office. And there was a big debate whether the then first Vice President, Lanke Odogiyan, should replace him as provided by the Constitution, or whether there should be a by-election. I was one of those who chose the constitutional provision that Lanke Odogiyan should take over. But some people felt no. I remember our learned senior and later president of the MBA, J.B. Daudu SAN, was also interested in by-election. I didn't support him. I opposed him. But there was a neck meeting at Asaba. And the learned senior called me, Nuruddin, you look like me. We are together. We have the same. So why are you always opposing me? I said, no, I never oppose you. But on the issue of the presidency, the only reason why I'm not supporting you was the role you played during the trial of Ken Saro-Wiwa. He said, Nuruddin, no, you are misconceiving it, or you didn't know what I played. So go and meet Chief Gani Fawehinmi and ask the role I play. I said, that is a challenge. I will go and meet my daddy. So I went to Chief, and Chief told me J.B. Daudu SAN was a professional. He did his work professionally. He never antagonized. And from that day, J.B. Daudu SAN became my mentor. And that was why I supported him. Now, the third issue was when we started the Gani Fawehinmi lecture, we also agreed that BOB lecture should be started at Ikorodu. And then we agreed on Alao Akaba Shorun lecture as well. But we agreed with the Alao Akaba Shorun that we didn't want only Ikeja or Lagos or Ikorodu to do it, given the nationalistic and patriotic appearance of Akaba Shorun as a former national president of the bar. And so we agreed that the three branches should cooperate together to be holding the lecture. And so the first lecture was held at the Nigerian Law School. And Chief was the one who bankrolled it completely and wholly. It was Chairman
by Samson wife. Yes, I understand. I think on that point, let me stop so that other people can also have a bit. God bless Chief Gani. Rest in peace and bliss. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very quickly, I want to make an announcement. Please, if you are the owner of these cars, GGE 735HK, a Toyota Yaris, a KTU 100FF, an Altima, an LND 915HX Corolla, a BDG 500HW Venza, and a 073765 DLA Benz, and also a Lexus Jeep owned by, okay, Honorable Tunji, please, we need you to go and repark immediately. You're blocking some people who are trying to leave the environment. I'm going to say that again. GGE 735HK Yaris, a KTU 100FF Altima, an LND 915HK Corolla, a BDG 500HW Venza, and a 073765 DLA Benz, a Lexus Jeep belonging to Honorable Tunji. Please step outside to help us repark immediately. And of course, the last but not the least speaker, but please also with the same time, my moderators have been pinching on me for us to move this session along. We'll be making a very big welcome to the platform to speak for one more time on the Gani that I know, Mr. Richard Akiola. Please, with a rousing round of applause, please let's make Mr. Richard Akiola to the platform. Thank you very much, sir. We have 5 minutes.
Well, I'm going to deviate from the previous speakers today because all grants have been covered, and I'm going to go into some personal issues because I knew Gani in 1973. I was in Form 3. Then they call it Form 3, not SS, not GSS. That was the first time I met Gani in my dad's office. So, and that relationship became stronger in the early 80s. So the bullet point I'm just going to make is that now I'm not an ancestor. So when I say I was from 1973. So Gani was a very emotional person. That's one aspect about him. I've seen Gani cry. Despite his facade of boldness, Gani was a very emotional person. One instance, there's one Inspector Adley, a police inspector, who was murdered in the private guard room of the IG, then Gambo Jimeta. His wife and relations came to meet Gani to file a case. Gani filed an application. Then when it became public knowledge, Gambo called the wife and gave him some small money so that for him to withdraw the matter. He came to meet Gani. I was with Gani that day when the wife came and said he wanted to withdraw the fundamental rights case. And Gani was pleading, look, the damages you are asking is much, much better than whatever pittance that Gambo has given to you. But because she was poor, she was vulnerable, she just said, look, I want this matter withdrawn. So Gani was weeping. That is how emotional Gani could be. And of course, I won't go into his law practice now because all those grants have been covered. Because I've written a couple of books on him, so all those issues have been in some of my books. Then, Gani and his children, I don't know whether Basi is here and India. There's one thing about Gani's children, which many people were not aware. Gani's children are so respectful. Respectful. I repeat it in capital letters. That is, and almost all of them, if not all, I don't know about, I don't know whether Mubarak could speak Ondo. All of them, Gani ensured that all his children must speak Ondo. And I think Mubarak too, even though Mubarak has not been around for quite a while. That was Gani for you. And Gani and I had one love for meat. And we have fought over this issue a few times. When we close in the chambers, she will insist, okay, we go and have dinner together at home. So one particular night, we got home just shortly before 10 p.m. Then we sat at the dining table. The food was there. So immediately, Gani just switched to listen to the channel's highlight news. But I was very hungry. So there was there was bushmeat for us. So I had switched the plate, taken the bushmeat, I started eating. So after the highlights, when Gani turned and he couldn't see his bushmeat, he didn't even ask. He called the wife. You know that Gani would scream when he was hungry. He called the wife. I said, but why are you shouting? He said, because when we were together, we normally spoke Ondo dialect. Richie, well, they hijack that Richie, you can't hijack my bushmeat. I said, but Channels is your bushmeat because we said we were hungry. And the first thing you did was to go and listen to Channels. Channels is your bushmeat. So he grabbed, put his hand on my plate. I held his hand. So we were struggling over the bushmeat until Madame now said, Madame begged me I just give him small. Otherwise, I mean, this house will be hot for everybody. So that's how I allowed him part of this thing. So that's how me and Gani, when it came to issue of meat and bushmeat. And relationship between Gani and Onagorua during the Babangida time, there was no GSM. So it was a land phone. Then Onagorua was his best friend. And Gani made it a point of duty that himself and Onagorua will be calling each other around 1 and 2 a.m. He knew that his phone was being tapped by the SSS. But it was deliberate that during that period they were cursing, abusing Babangida, so that those who are tapping their phone will be listening to their conversations. Gani was such a rascal. And of course, he loved jazz music. That's one other aspect of Gani, loved jazz music. And in one of the ill-fated trials, when an assailant who was a military officer disguised, and on the day of his 15th birthday, so they now arrested two of them for affray. They charged both of them for affray, even though he was the one that was attacked. When we were both charged to the magistrate court, I was sitting close to Chief when both of them were in the dock. And Gani was waging psychological war on that guy. He said, I know your service number. He had investigated the guy, got his service number. I've investigated you. This is your service number. You are your useless government. He was whispering. Nearly, you are your useless government. I'm going to disgrace you in this court. I'm going to disgrace you in this court. So that's how he was waging psychological war. Eventually, they had to withdraw the charges because he knew the details of that guy. And Gani was an illiterate when it came to phone. At that time, Gani was an illiterate when it came to usage of phone. If Gani wanted to call someone, he will ask you, let me look for this name, this number. Even to text was the problem. But maybe if he had not died, maybe we would have been an expert now. But at that time, Gani was an illiterate as far as phone usage was concerned. Then let me round up. 1 minute more. I said, well, boldness. Let me just round up with this one. When it comes to boldness, I've never seen anyone as bold as Gani. During the Ogoni trial in Port Harcourt, the exchange between him and Major Okutimo. Okutimo was the army guy in charge. He said he wanted to go and see Ken at Bori Barracks. Okutimo said, no, you can't see them. He said, Gani said, court has given the order. I said, you can't go in there. He said, I dare you, Okutimo. He said, I dare you, come to the barracks. Gani said, okay, today we'll know who is who, that I'm coming to Bori barracks. Shortly after, Gani drove down with Oronto Douglas and Uche Ojegocha to the barracks. He got to the barracks, the Bori barracks. The same major who was threatening Gani that I dare you, he had changed from uniform into sutana. He was white sutana with Bible and now preaching to Gani that Chief, you are welcome, stuff like that. So that's how, if Gani had not dared the guy, he would not have entered Beretta, but Gani dared him, and the guy changed uniform to sutana and started preaching to Gani and carry Bible. Let me just stop there, and I wish you, it has been a wonderful session here. I wish we had more time to discover about Gani, but all those other things are contained in my various books on Gani. God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. Please put your hands together. That was such an interesting journey into the personality of the enigma that we know as Chief Gani Fawehinmi, SAN and SAM. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished panelists, standing on all observed protocol, we have come to the end of this amazing session. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Please let's put our hands together for our amazing speakers. Thank you so much, sirs, for gracing the time with us. And now I'll be doing the honors to hand over to the distinguished anchors for this session, Mrs. Onyeso and Mr. Charles Ajiboye. Please let's put our hands together even as they make their way up to the platform. It was such a pleasure being your moderator for this session. I look forward to doing this again. Thank you very much, distinguished guests, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, our distinguished anchor for this session, Rosemond. Can we give Rosemond another round of applause, please? Thank you so much, Rosemond, for a beautiful presentation. We are going straight ahead, and we are going on to the presentation of awards. And for this session, I would like to invite to please come up to also join in the presentation, the chairman of MBA Ikeja. Please join us up here, and also the chairman of the Gani Fawehinmi, Mr. Kunle Adegoke, SAN, sir. Please join us up here as well. And to do the presentation, I would like to call on the immediate past chairman of MBA Ikeja, Mr. Sheyi Olawoyi. Please, could you come up and join us here? And the first, we would like to recognize Dr. Dele Adeshino, SAN. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Dr. Dele Adeshino, thank you so much. The first presentation will be going to our guest speaker, Professor Popola. Is it still in the hall, sir? Please, yes, please come forward, sir. And to do the presentation, we'll have the immediate past chairman of MBA Ikeja, Mr. Sheyi Olawoyi.
I would like to continue with the already established protocol and to thank you all for honoring us with your for honoring our invitation. Prof, sir, if I'm not mistaken, sir, this is the third time that you're coming to this program, sir. This is the third time? Yes, that you're coming to. This is the. Okay, the citation, I remember. I was a very young lawyer then. Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. So on behalf of the Nigerian Bar Association, Ikeja branch, the conscience of the Nigerian nation, we present to you this award. And we thank you profusely, Prof, for coming. And we hope that we call on you again, sir. Thank you very, very much, Prof. You're welcome, sir. Prof, as a souvenir. Okay. So, Prof, you said there is more. This is also from the branch. Thank you, Prof.
for the second presentation, which you are, oh, no, you're doing it. For the second presentation, it will be going to one of the discussants for the lecture today, Mr. Balazaka. Is he still in the hall, please? Yes, please. And again, it will be done by Mr. Shea.
Mr. Bala, thank you very much. I remember we shared the same stage about 1 month ago, and we prayed that there will be solution to Nigerian problem. So on behalf of the Nigerian Bar Association Ikeja branch, and on behalf of the executive committee on the branch, I present to you this award, sir. We thank you profusely for honoring our invitation. Thank you very much, sir. Wow. Thank you very much, sir.
The next award is going to the gold sponsor for this event, Access Bank. Can we have the representatives of Access Bank to come up? Representatives of Access Bank. All right, so we will go straight on. All right, so we would go on to the next item on the agenda, which is the goodwill message. And the first goodwill message we will take from Dr. Dele Additional, SAN. Goodwill message. Please, let's give him a round of applause, please.
Learned Prof, very distinguished colleagues, I say good afternoon. I crave the apology of our leaders in the branch and members for pardon that I came here a little late. It's because I was committed at Lekki for a program. Well, the most important thing I would like to say is to thank the branch for keeping this legacy. And having regards to the number of years, is going now from legacy to a posterity that we are remembering Chief Gani Fawehinmi. I want to believe that the speakers have done justice to this great legacy. Since Gani Fawehinmi left, I'm one of those who believe that we have not been able to get anybody to step into his shoes functionally and adequately. We thank those that are trying their best, and we pray that God will continue to equip them. But please, let us imbibe some of the virtues of Gani Fawehinmi if we cannot imbibe all. What are the key qualities of Chief Gani Fawehinmi? I happen to be one of those who related with him very well when he was alive. As old and as senior as Gani Fawehinmi was, if you go to his office and you finish whatever it is you have gone there to do, Gani Fawehinmi will escort you down to the car park. It is a high degree of humility. It will escort you to the car park.
Gani Fawehinmi was a very thorough practitioner. If you ask Chief Gani Fawehinmi, what is your name? He will start from when his father and mother married, the day he was born, and how a naming ceremony was conducted to give him the name. That is the Chief Gani Fawehinmi we're talking about. He was a very resourceful person, very, very great. And you only need to see Chief Gani Fawehinmi in the courtroom to see the depth of his preparation for the case. In Chief Gani Fawehinmi, you know that the depth of your preparation will determine the height of your success in life. He was a great advocate, but he puts a lot of industry into preparation to be able to do what he's doing openly in the court. I thank the leadership of the branch for this program. I pray that God will spare the life of each and every one of the people here to witness it next year. In Jesus' name. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Leonard Silk, for that goodwill message. We are fast coming to the end of this lecture, and we would like to invite our very distinguished chairman of the planning committee for the Gani Fawehinmi Lecture 2025. He's already here, Mr. Kunle Adegoke, SAN, to please give us the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Onyeso. We really appreciate you. Distinguished Prof, Professor Ademola Popoala, Emeritus Professor, we thank you so much. You have been with us for so many years. You are still with us. We really appreciate. Are Akimboro SAN, you have always been with us. We really appreciate you. May you continue to be with us. I use this opportunity to thank my distinguished leader, brother, mentor, and a great senior advocate of Nigeria, Dr. Dele Adeshino, SAN. We really appreciate you. You've always been with us. All those who have been with us since morning but have gone, ranging from the Emir, the Serikin Kano, who was with us very early this morning, and the president of the NBA, who flew in from Abuja to participate in this program, down to our distinguished panelists, the Comrade Balazaka, Dr. Abiola Akiyode Afolabi, A.B. Mahmoud SAN, the Emeritus President of the Nigerian Bar Association. We really appreciate you all. Dr. Wahab Shitu, SAN, we appreciate you. Mr. Nuruddin Ogbara, all the distinguished senior advocates, please pardon my sight, quite poor. Dr. Richard Akinola, we really appreciate you all. The former Secretary General of the Nigerian Bar Association, now the Secretary General of the West African Bar Association, and very soon to be the Secretary General of the United Nations. We really thank you very much. Thank you for being here. The chairman branch of the Tiger branch, Ikeja branch of the Nigerian Bar Association, Mr. Adeniyi Kodri, we really appreciate you. This is a very great outing. You have succeeded in doing this. May you succeed in all that you embark on, that your executive committee shall embark on. We thank you for giving us the opportunity to take this particular program this year, and the cooperation you gave us is unrivaled. I use this opportunity to thank all the executive committee members of the Ikeja Bar Association. We thank you very much. And the great members of the planning committee of the Gani Fawehinmi Annual Lecture 2025, ranging from my alternate chair, Mr. Patrick Nwachukwu. This is a great one. I'm pleased to have worked with such a great committee, and I don't think I can wish for anything better than the resources afforded me through that particular committee. This is the third time that I am chairman of the Gani Fawehinmi Annual Lecture. I hope I may be able to use this to retire as chairman, but I must congratulate Chief Gani Fawehinmi SAN, the only senior advocate of the masses. Nobody has been given that title in Nigeria. And a distinguished senior advocate of Nigeria, an embodiment of law, of passion for integrity, for truthfulness, for courage, for enduring love for humanity. We love him, we thank him. The role he played in my own personal life makes me to be grateful for the opportunity to serve as the chairman of Gani Fawehinmi annual lecture. When I was expelled as the Secretary General of the Students' Union, University of Ilorin, in 1992, it was Gani Fawehinmi's chambers that we ran to all the way from Ilorin to Lagos. And Chief rose up. Then that was how I got to know Mr. Ayola Rewaju, Mr. Amaefuna, Suleiman Awoniran, and many others who met from the chambers, who all came to Ilorin to fight for us. When we saw the futility in that particular fight, all of us resolved to now go back, and we wrote JAMB all over, and we now got admission to go and study law in other universities. While in the University of Lagos, and I was expelled in part 3, it was Gani Fawehinmi's chambers we ran to again. Gani Fawehinmi rose up, wrote a letter to the Vice Chancellor, where he tagged the Vice Chancellor as a Vice Chancellor. Vice Chancellor not as deputy, as a vice in being the Chancellor, but rather vice as something negative, as something evil, Chancellor, against the then Vice Chancellor of the university. He fought against us, and I did not bin. When people were saying that we have not produced other Gani Fawehinmis, I beg to disagree. We have produced many more Gani Fawehinmis. They might not have risen to the status of that particular Gani Fawehinmi that we are celebrating today. Many of them are in existence. They are carrying on. They are fighting. They have resolved to continue fighting till the end. One of them is Mr. Femi Falana, SAN, who also rose up to fight for us when we were expelled in the University of Lagos. And ever since then, he has never abandoned the mantle of the struggle. Another distinguished gentleman who has been consistent in line with the tradition of Chief Gani Fawehinmi is Mr. Nuruddin Alowole Ogbara, the former chairman of Ikorodu branch of the Nigerian Bar Association. Nuruddin Ogbara is a passionate, consummate barman who is committed to the advancement of human rights and advocacy. Nuruddin Ogbara and Olashupo Ojo, the two of them, risked not only their career as lawyers, but even risked their life when we were expelled in the University of Lagos, with the two of them going to court, filing an action at the time that many people were even running away from the trenches. And they fought for us. When Justice Okechukwu Okeke threatened to jail the two of them because they confronted him in open court that he could not do what he was doing to us, and he threatened to jail the two of them. The two of them rose up at once and said, look, my lord, jail us. Don't send us to Kirikiri or maybe Ikoyi prison. Send us to Gashua or Kuje. Yes, we are ready to go. For what you are doing, for the injustice being perpetrated in this honorable court, we definitely will not allow it to go. And had it not been for their singular efforts, we wouldn't have been reinstated. So if we are lawyers today, if we are senior advocates today, we must give credit to those who actually fought for us. Gani Fawehinmi keeps living on and on. I am enjoying serving in this particular committee that I said I've had the honor of serving 3 times. Why? Chief Gani Fawehinmi died on September 5, 2009. Very early in the morning, we got news. Interestingly, we were at a prayer session where we were praying on my 40th birthday. So if Gani could die on my birthday, I believe that he handed over baton to me. I'm resolved to be another Gani Fawehinmi. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kunle Adegoke, SAN, Chairman Planning Committee, Gani Fawehinmi Lecture 2025. At this point, we will take a note of appreciation from the daughter of Mr. Gani Fawehinmi, Mrs. Bashirat Fawehinmi Baobaku. Biobaku. Note of appreciation.
Good afternoon, everybody. It is with profound honor that I stand before you on this significant occasion of the 21st anniversary of Fawehinmiism. I'm elated that my late father, Chief Abdul Gani Oyeshola Fawehinmi, SAN, GCON, is still being honored in Nigeria today. A great legal icon, an extraordinary human rights activist, a living legend of some sort. We're very proud, the Gani Fawehinmi children, the 14 surviving Gani Fawehinmi children and the 2 widows, Mrs. Gani Fawehinmi, Mrs. Sadiat Fawehinmi. I'll call all our names, starting from our late brother, Mr. Mohammed Fawehinmi of blessed memory, Mr. Said Fawehinmi, Basirat Fawehinmi Biobaku, Dr. Afusat Fawehinmi Oni, Mrs. Kudirat Komolafe, Dr. Idiat Fawehinmi Aliu, Mrs. Simbiat Osho, Engineer Mubarak Fawehinmi, Rabiat Fawehinmi Esquire, Amina Fawehinmi Esquire, Eboka, Murakiyon, Adenekon, Rukayat Adenekon, Yusuf Fawehinmi, Kamal Fawehinmi, Kazim Fawehinmi, and Aishat Fawehinmi. We are very proud, the whole 14 of us, to have such a great father. I'm always very happy every year when I'm being called here to give the vote of thanks, because everybody here are all well-meaning Nigerians who believed in Gani's cause. I was particularly touched today when the Emir spoke so glowingly about my father. When I knelt down to greet him, he said, "You're very lucky to have such a father like Gani." And I replied, saying, "Your Highness, I'm elated you are here. If Gani was alive, all this injustice melted out to you probably would not have been." Talking about injustice today, I just want to crave your indulgence to speak on my father's very close friend who shares a lot of affinity with him. And I'm speaking in the vein of Are Afe Babalola. Are Afe Babalola was very close to my father. In fact, there were 2 occasions Are Afe Babalola displayed his personal friendship with Gani Fawehinmi. During the Babangida regime, Babangida called him to Dodan Barracks that he should prosecute Gani. Chief Afe Babalola collected the file, took it to Ibadan. The next day, when Babangida called him in the morning, he said, "So my friend, how much will it cost?" He said, "You know what, C, I cannot prosecute Gani. Gani is a personal friend." Of course, Babangida put the phone down and said, "Shege Damburuba." Again, during the Abacha regime, he was called again to Aso Rock. He said, "I want you to deal with Gani ruthlessly." Chief Afe Babalola collected the file and went back home. Abacha called the next day and said, "So, Zahamas will request you to deal with him ruthlessly. That guy needs to teach him a lesson." And Afe Babalola said, "I have a treasured friendship with Gani. We have been friends for over 40 years. After saying Shege Damburuga, then he extended the course further. Afe Babalola put the phone down. Why I'm speaking on Afe Babalola, of course, you all are seeing what is happening in the country. I'm saying this because Chief Afe Babalola was a very close friend of my father. When my father was given the senior advocate, finally in 2001, September 8th, in Abuja, my late brother Mohammed and I were there. And Chief Afe Babalola was the one who came to dress my dad. You know, when you become senior advocate, you come to congratulate your friend and you dress them. Why I'm speaking so much on Chief Afe Babalola is because of this case that is going on with this, what's his name? This Pharaoh Timi. on the case. I know I cannot speak much on it because the matter is in court, but I just want to say something very briefly. In recognition of the unique contribution to the legal profession of Chief Afe Babalola, the Nigerian Weekly Law Reports, Part 1899, profiled him in September 2003 to coincide with the Nigerian Bar Association conference in Abuja. This is in appreciation of the 60 years of contribution to the legal profession. Are Afe Babalola is the only one we have done this for. We have profiled other lawyers, but we deliberately profiled him to end that decade. I know that if Gani Fawehinmi were alive, this baseless allegation coming from Fawehinmi will not stand. As we honor the ideals of Fawehinmiism and the legacy of Chief Gani Fawehinmi, let us affirm our commitment to defending the judiciary and its stalwarts. We must resist the temptations to allow false narratives to overshadow the monumental contributions of individuals like Are Afe Babalola. Instead, let us celebrate their achievements and draw aspiration from their lives to build a future where justice and truth prevail. My late father, Chief Gani Fawehinmi, touched on all the major parts of the law in Nigeria. In most of the cases, Fawehinmi and Akilu was cited here. Gani Fawehinmi and maybe Obasanjo, Babangida, Abacha, all those people, Gani would always stand for justice. So, in conclusion, I urge us all to carry on the principles of justice, fairness, and service that Chief Gani Fawehinmi epitomizes. We shall continue to honor the legacies and uphold the values that Gani Fawehinmi fiercely defended. I'm very proud of him. Anywhere I go, I introduce myself. I'm Gani Fawehinmi's daughter. I see the respect. We will try and carry on the legacy. But I must also speak on the state of the nation. Everybody knows the state of the nation. Probably if Gani were alive, there will be countless actions in the courtrooms today. Is it on fuel subsidy? Is it on Boko Haram? Is it in the decay in the economy? Gani would have gone to court. But what we can do, the children, we have about 5 or 6 lawyers amongst us. We'll carry on the legacy. And it is with great joy I want to speak on the 40th anniversary of the Nigerian Weekly Law Reports. Week in, week out, 16 years after we lost our beloved father, Chief Abdul Gani Oyeshola Fawehinmi, we have carried on weekly, uninterruptedly, carrying on the reporting of the Weekly Law Reports. It has been an Herculean task, but for our brilliant team, headed by Ayo Olanrewaju, he's just left, the 30 lawyers have remained loyal. And so this year, we will celebrate 40 years, October 1, 2025. When my father started the Weekly Law Reports, I was only 13 years old. I was going to Federal Government Girls College, Juboku, one day. He showed me a copy, said, this is 20 naira. Pray that it succeeds. I said, Daddy, I know it will succeed. I'm 53 today, and we have carried on. I've been a member of the board for 28 years. I want to use this opportunity to thank every lawyer, about 400 lawyers that have worked on the Nigerian Weekly Law Report. So this year, will be October 1, we'll be celebrating 40 years. Next year, we'll be celebrating 50 years of the Nigerian law publications. So I want to thank the Nigerian Bar Association for carrying on the promise to immortalize Gani. You told him in 2005 that this program will carry on into centuries, and I'm already seeing the signs. So 2005, my late father attended, 2006, 2007, 2008. He was lucky to see how he will be celebrated after that. And I'm grateful and thankful to the NBA and everybody that has made this possible. So on behalf of the Gani Fawehinmi family, my 14 siblings, our 2 mothers, the grandchildren, and about great-grandchildren, we say thank you very much. Thank you. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. We shall always fight for our right. There is victory for us. There is victory for us. In the struggle for Nigeria, there is victory for us. Forward ever, backward never. In the struggle for Nigeria, there is victory. In Africa, in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We will be inviting the chairman of MBA Ikeja, Mr. Quadri, to give us the closing remarks and to declare this event closed. MBA Ikeja chairman, please.
Thank you, ma'am. I want to thank everyone for coming and particularly for staying through until this time. I just want to admonish all of us not to just make this a talk show. We have all said nice things about this person. It is not just to celebrate his achievements. We should also remember the characters that has been highlighted in terms of his integrity and commitment to an egalitarian society. We have said that he is a testament to the power of the human spirit and a reminder that one person can make a difference. We should all be that difference in our different cocoons. I also want to say that some of the points that have been made here today will be collated, and then we will take concrete steps to forward it to the appropriate quarters. I just want to inform the House that about 2 or 4 weeks ago, the Ikeja branch had a peaceful protest. We took a letter to the governor's office. We marched to the secretariat. Even though we did not assess the governor, we were told that he was out of the country. We insisted to go into the secretariat, and anyway, we made our way inside. We delivered the letter, only for us to find out that that letter was not delivered to the governor. A few days ago, people from the governor reached out to us, and told us specifically that the letter that we brought about good governance, the protest march was about good governance, hunger and all that in the land, these issues of subsidy and all that. I was very happy when they got across to us, and I personally forwarded that letter to the governor himself. So some of the issues that have been highlighted there, I'm committing that we'll put up a think tank, harmonize everything, I'll put everything together and make sure we push it to the appropriate quarters, including the presidency, through the governor. I thank you all for coming around. And I also want to say strongly that all those, I'm happy that the KRAD, Mr. Kulade Advocate, has mentioned that there are many Ghanaians amongst us, Nuruddin Ogbara, Femi Falano. I also talked about additional Ogulano. I hope that when we come back here next year, we'll be able to mention so many more names from the aftermath of this lecture, so it does not just become an annual ritual that does not have any positive effect. I hope I'm getting that. Those in favor say hi. Thank you all for coming. I was also told to put in a few words as per the statement of Mrs. Bashira, that those are our personal opinions. The matter is in court, and we are, as lawyers, we are very happy to allow the judicial process to take its course. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As has become customary in MBA Ikeja, there is a pack for the first 100 participants. So the first 100 participants, please wait behind. You have a pack of books, courtesy of the family, to collect. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished Nelel Silk and men of the press, we have come to the end of this lecture, the Gani Fawehinmi 2025 lecture. My name is Nkechi Onyenso and I have been your host. Thank you so much for joining us and see you same day, same time in 2026. The first 100 people, please wait behind and collect your pack. Thank you very much.